have to play on. And we see Vladislav Kovalev taking his time here. What is he gonna do? Okay. Oh, there was queen h5 maybe possible. There's
threat of checkmate. Threat of checkmate on the back rank. Threat of checkmate.
I said it too soon, Anna.
Look at that. Look at that.
Indeed, Anna, and you gotta be careful here to not give a stalemate, as in you place your pieces in such way. No, as I was saying, it just happened.
Anna, you jinxed it this time. It wasn't me this time. It was you. We are so good at this.
We are a great team, Anna. I have to admit it.
Over, and once the h7 pawn is gone, it is. I was gonna say this game over, but it's not. With two
This is unbelievable. Rook h7, and if you take on h7, there is king takes. Wait a second, you're not. You're
so
not
you
taking it. You're not taking it. Of course
and
not.
Cannot move. You move the rook away, you get a check. The king cannot move. The pawns cannot move. It is an incredible position. The Barish is smiling, in pain a little bit, I guess.
There's f3, and he wants.
Knight c2. Okay.
91, 91. He brought the pawn.
Wow. Okay. And there's no way to get on e6. Wait, can you go king h1 and rook d6?
Bishop moves.
So yeah, he gets it back. So okay, he has to go something like bishop c7. Wait, what?
He pulled his bishop. Oh, look at him! He can't believe it. After that amazing defense, he just hangs his bishop. And Jan Nepomniachtchi takes that bishop. He takes the game, and thus this week's Rapid Chess Championship. Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. This is week 13. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today, as always, is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, we have 8 worthy competitors taking part in today's action. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers and mother figures out there. But today, right now, it's all about the chess. So Danya, as we have our 8 contestants, who do you got winning today's action?
Well, you're starting with the hard questions, but hi, Robert. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. No better way to spend our Sunday than watching 8 of these beasts compete for the RCC crown. Who do I have winning? That's, I don't know if you understand the implications and the difficulty of that question, because for one thing, the 8th seed is Vidit Gujrathi. And the amazing thing about the RCC is that the seeding was determined by their performance in the Saturday Swiss, but absolutely everybody here is capable of winning the RCC on any given Sunday. And yes, that was a reference.
Yes, it was indeed. And I agree with you. Sam Sevian went 7.5 out of 9. History was made. He's the first player to accomplish that feat. But as you pointed out, he has to face Vidit Gujrathi. To remind everybody of the format differences between yesterday and today. Yesterday was a Swiss. Everybody played those 9 rounds. Today, only 8 contestants take part. It is a single elimination. You lose a game, you're gone. And it starts with a 10-minute plus 2-second increment. Time control, where the higher seed gets white based on their Swiss performance. If that is a draw, we get to a 3-minute plus 2-second increment. And of course, if the draw from there happens, we get a bullet game. And finally, Armageddon, if it goes down to the wire. But down here, they're playing for Grand Prix points, 10 for first place. And at this point in the season, we're already in the second half. So these Grand Prix points really matter.
I was going to say, as the RCC enters its second half, these things begin to rack up. And specifically, the aspect of them that racks up is your performance, not necessarily, you know, your number of wins, but your places in the top 3, top 5 even, because you need to perform consistently week in and week out in order to catch the beasts. As we review the Grand Prix leaderboard, we see Hikaru and Fabiano essentially ahead of the rest of the pack by a country mile. But Robert, there are 12 places, and a lot of them are still very much up for grabs.
That's right. So we have 12 players make their way to the finals, and we see that Wesley So currently on the outside looking in, but there's still half the season left. And so a player like Wesley So, Amin Tabatabai, and those who are trailing just outside the top 12, they can still make their way in for the finals.
They absolutely can. And I cannot believe that we've already had the amount of weeks that we have. I mean, it just seems like last week I was introducing the RCC as a new concept, and yet we've already had 13 weeks of action and many more weeks up ahead. And I can't wait for the festivities to begin in today, the Sunday knockout, Robert.
For sure. And well, it is the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We want to shout out Coinbase because they are a great sponsor of this event. And after this, we will be right back for the start of the matchup between Sam Sevian and Vida Gujrathi.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
b7 drops white is gonna be super fast. Queen b4. Wait, what? 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 That's a free queen. What? 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 What was that?
The players are getting set. They're getting their second cameras on, making sure that all their tech is working well. So let's remind everybody about who these players are. We have 8 participants here who have earned the right to face off in the knockout portion. Daniel, we're starting the top left of the bracket. Sam Sevian taking on Vidit Gujrathi. It's the 1 versus the 8. Sam gets the white pieces in their rapid game. Vidit, more experience, has been over 2,700 for quite a while. Sam, new to the club. Who do you have in that matchup?
Well, I was showing some of Sam's games yesterday to my students. I think a lot of it depends on Sam's form. He is among the streakier players around 2,700, but when he is on, Sam Sevian is an absolutely unstoppable force. The guy is amazing. I mean, exchange sacrifices, insane ideas. So if Sevian can repeat even his form to 80%, I think he's got a great shot. But Vidit, you can always rely on him to play a solid, classy, professional game of chess. He's never easy to beat.
And last week against Hikaru Nakamura, Vidit prepared this very interesting line where his king went to f7 in the early stage of the opening. He actually had a winning advantage before he lost the thread in that game. Hikaru, we know how resourceful he can be, and he was able to move on. But Vidit showing great preparation, showing that he cares. And he's consistently made the knockout stage throughout the last few weeks. So for Vidit, I think it's now time for him to try to strike, because Sam Sevian played excellent chess yesterday. But, you know, it's as far as these things go, everyone's a strong opponent. So you just got to make do with what's ahead of you.
Yeah. And we talked about, you know, the importance of the Grand Prix points as the RCC moves toward its second half. Every single event becomes more and more important for those players who sit around the peloton. Think, you know, Jeffrey Zhang, Dmitry Andreikin, Wesley So, who is currently out of the top 12 and did not play yesterday for obvious reasons. He has a minor engagement elsewhere, so we can forgive him. But if you look at those names, Vladimir Fedoseev, Anton Demchenko, you called it, he qualified today, and he's going to have to slay the beast, Hikaru Nakamura, in order to make it past round 1, and Parham Maghsoodloo as well. Facing off against Anish Giri. So
Yeah,
That's important.
We see Demchenko there in the bottom left-hand side of the screen. The 5 seed, he didn't just sneak in there. He had a great event. He gets the black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. And Demchenko, he's a really strong player. He's so solid. So I am curious about that matchup. Will Hikaru go with his typical B3 cowboy stuff, or will he mix it up against a player as solid as Demchenko? Because I feel like Demchenko's not just going to crack under the pressure of playing Hikaru.
I only care about one thing, which is whether Demchenko's camera will be once again in sepia or in black and white.
It is funny how consistently he has his camera. I mean, it's a setting. There's no way around it. He's going to have the black and white camera for sure. And you mentioned Parham Maghsoodloo. He's over there on the bottom right-hand side. But we should always talk about his opponent, because we know his opponent likes to talk on Twitter. And that's Anish Giri, one of these.
Talk on Twitter?
Oh, yeah. Have you come on.
I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to call me out for not calling it tweeting.
Where do you what boulder do you think I'm living under?
Well, you're definitely not in Colorado, but there are boulders elsewhere. So I thought you were calling me out for not calling it tweeting. That instead I talk on Twitter, like, what are you, a boomer? I just thought you were going to insult me.
How much of a pedant do you think I am? Calling you out for improperly conjugating verbs. What else am I going to do now? Calling you out for not wearing a matching T-shirt?
That's my bad. I should have realized that you were going to wear the chess.com shirt. But either way, the games are set. It looks like Sam and Vidit are ready. So I'm excited for this matchup, Danya. 2 very promising players. Vidit, one of the most popular content creators on the planet, 27-20 plus FIDE, and has been for a long time. And Sam, new to the club. So we see E4 on move 1.
Okay, and Vidit responding with E5. Will we see a Ruy Lopez? Sam is also an expert in the Italian, but this time elects to go for the Ruy Lopez. Please don't play knight F6.
Why didn't you want to see knight F6? We're not going to get that quick draw.
It's not about the quick draw. It's just the concept of, it's just the fact that I have to utter the word Berlin. Right? That bothers me. But D3 and anti-Berlin. And here I think D5, systems involving D7, D5, have taken the chess world by storm of late.
Yes, they have. But I just have a quick thought for you, or a question, really. So Sam was playing the Italian game yesterday with C3, B4, A4, like the expansion on the queen side. Right. Why do you think he played bishop B5 against Vidit?
I mean, I just think he was worried about prep.
Yeah.
I think it's as simple as that. I think he wanted to mix it up a little bit. And, the positions in certain variations of the Ruy Lopez are not all that dissimilar to what you get out of a Gico Piano. White can still and often does play B4 in these types of positions, right?
Yeah, no, it's very true. So there are a ton of similarities, but right now there's an extra threat from White's perspective. Bishop takes C6, knight takes E5 to follow. So that pawn E5, as soon as you push your D7 pawn up 2 squares rather than 1, you're going to have to look out for that pawn E5 for the rest of the game.
And Vidit is already burning some clock, trying to look out for that pawn. He trades on E4, so he unburdens himself a little bit. And now this move, A7, A5, Robert, modern chess at its finest.
I think most people would ask, and we should answer, why not bishop takes C6, pawn takes C6, and knight takes E5? Because if you just take stock for a moment, White stole a central pawn, but Black has this move rook to E8, often a queen to D6, ways to just strike in the center. And if you keep going grabbing, knight takes C6, after queen to D7, queen to D6, one of these moves, knight has to come back to D4, and then you just get ideas, as you're pointing out, all of these threats at once, and White at the very least has to return 1 pawn and probably the second as well.
And this is just isn't fun. And it is a line. I mean, you can take the pawn, but Sevian chooses a much more placid approach as he plays queen E2 and follows it up with A4. The one thing that always bothers me about Black's position here is the lack of equivalence. It looks very symmetrical, but the difference, as you like to point out, is that White has a pawn on C3, which is fully restricting the knight. And Black wouldn't mind having a pawn on C6 rather than the knight. So you sometimes actually see a move like, knight A7.
Okay, and the knight kicks the bishop out of B5. The bishop doesn't have to move because knight takes B5, A takes B5. That seems like a viable option for White, even though you're giving up your bishop pair. But Sam wants no part of that. He retreats, and I don't see the issue for Black, at least for the time being. But White has nothing to worry about himself. For Black, I would just bring that knight back to C6 and then question, and there it is, what White's plan exactly is.
White's probably going to bring his knight to c4, and then perhaps eventually try to massage these squares on d5 and f5. Sometimes that knight can swing back to e3 and then forward again to d5. But I agree with you. I think Vidit has handled the opening swimmingly.
But I also agree with you, because when I said, oh, black's completely fine, that's often how I feel having the black side in position of this. I know I should be fine. And yet after this maneuver that you were pointing out, knight c4 and getting that knight to e3, I then feel uncomfortable. It's like, I didn't do anything wrong. And yet I don't feel good about my position. Right here, for instance, do I play bishop g4 as black, knowing that you can just play h3? Do I really want to take on f3 and hand white the pair of bishops? No. Do I want to put my bishop on h5 away from the f5 square? No. So it's just not easy to make even small moves for black in positions like these.
White is a tiny pull. White is a small but stable pull here. And before going 93, I would very seriously consider going bishop g5. Now, of course, white has to reckon with the same stuff that black would have to if he had gone bishop g4, in particular, namely h6, bishop h4, g5. Is it dangerous for the bishop to be sort of exiled to g3? I don't think it is, because then black will have problems with the e5 pawn. But that's a choice that Sam has to make right now. Does he go bishop g5, or does he go, I don't know, bishop e3 or knight e3?
And he could also play pawn h3, just say, hey, what's your next move? Now, h3 has a huge drawback because the bishop on c5, pinning a pawn on f2, you have to watch out for knight h5 ideas, because that's an idea that black probably wants to play anyway. But with the pawn h3, that knight can jump into the g3 square because the pawn f2 is pinned. So you need to be really careful about these little decisions, even at a moment like this that seems completely solid.
Yeah, and Sam taking his time. You can see the concentration. This is an important moment. He has to decide where to position his pieces, and bishop e3 is his decision. Now, in the event of a trade, then white is finally going to reposition the knight to e3. The bishop could end up on b5 or on c4 a little bit later.
Yeah, that looks really nice for white and accommodating. So is bishop takes c5 a threat? Doesn't really look like it. The queen can just take back. So I would try to figure out where this bishop on c8 belongs. It can't go to e6, which would be a normal stopping point because the e5 pawn is loose. And as you're pointing out, bishop g4, we talked about this earlier. Yes, that's now even probably a reasonable try. But after h3, that question again is asked, do I really want to take on f3?
In that case, yes, because queen f3, oh, actually, concretely, that might have been okay for white, but Sam doesn't leave that up to the tactics gods as he defends the bishop with his rook, rendering bishop takes f3 essentially useless.
Right. And
I like the way Sam is handling this.
So do I. And your point was that the bishop on d3 was a little bit loose. So Sam takes care of issues at once. He develops his rook. He protects the bishop. He can always slide that bishop back to c2 if he wants to open the d file. But I think what you were saying earlier is more to the point that once this knight moves from c4 to e3, which is going to happen at some point, then that bishop will likely want to go to b5 or to c4 and create problems on the queen side.
Precisely. And Vidit, he plays rook d7. Not mincing words, he clearly prepares doubling rooks on the d file. And now another important moment for white, because if black doubles rooks, then again that bishop is going to become loose. And I'm not sure that white is too hot on trading all of the heavy pieces here.
Yeah, I think I'd play h3. And after the trade on f3 and rook d8, I play bishop c2 and take up the rook and deal with my bishop. So to keep one pair of rooks on the board.
So he sort of forces matters. He takes on c5 instead, drops the knight back to e3. I wouldn't give up this bishop if I'm Vidit. I would go bishop h5.
Yeah, bishop h5, just, you keep that pressure alive. You can give up that bishop at any moment. You also can take on f3 and play rook a to d8. That doesn't look too terrible. But I think your point is that the bishop on d3 for now doesn't look like a great piece, but it can be really annoying for black to deal with as the game continues.
Well, it depends if it gets to b5 or if it gets to c4 under good circumstances. And from that perspective, actually trading on f3 would have been interesting. But Vidit does decide to keep the bishop with bishop h5. And this pin is getting a little bit annoying, Robert. Would you consider playing h3 here to have the possibility of going g4 at an opportune moment?
I just don't think there will be an opportune moment to play g4. Like, yes, you can get away with it, but the bishop is perfectly fine going back to g6, especially in conjunction with rook a to d8. So h3 is a normal move regardless because it creates left for your king. But I would try to figure out what to do on this d file. And he plays bishop c2 for that purpose. That way there isn't maximum pressure with rook 8 to d8 coming, that would just encourage some swaps. But I don't see any issue right now for black. I guess that knight on c6, it still isn't the best piece available because of that pawn on c3, but there are no targets that white can exploit just yet.
What about queen b5? Is that a possibility? Let's assume that black plays rook a8 trade. Is queen b5, does this present any inconvenience for black? I think it actually might.
That's a beautiful find by you there, because the point is if queens get traded after the pawn capture on b5, down goes e5 in the center as the knight on c6 is under attack. So that's a really nice variation that Vidit certainly needs to keep an eye on.
He does, and you can tell that he senses danger because he's taking his time. Rook a8, what could be more natural than occupying the d file with the second rook? And yet this queen b5 idea is clearly giving him pause.
It's a sign of a great player, by the way, because rook a to d8 is so obvious. It's like the move. If you were playing bullet chess, you just play rook a to d8
instantly.
And what you're pointing out is what he's calculating. So he takes on f3 first. Now the queen probably should take on f3. You don't want to double your pawns. Now queen to b5 isn't a threat, so you can go forward with this rook to d8. So we have a transformation of the position. There's no queen b5 with the e5 pawn being loose, but white does have the bishop and black has the the knight. So queen b5 maybe in the future, sure, but bishop to b3 is probably more to the point. Control that d5 square.
Yeah, and I definitely would prefer to be white here. You can see that the eval bar is assigning only the minusculest, that's not a word, minusculest of minuscule advantages, but I feel like white's position contains more promise. Right now, you might look at this and say it's symmetrical, it's equal. But like you said, Robert, if you get the bishop to b3, let's say you get the knight to f5, storm clouds could start to gather around black's king. I know that's very far in the future, but I think Vidit just has to be a little bit more careful here.
And I like g3 as a starting point because you can expand later with h4 and just push your pawns at the board. King to g2, just small moves, waiting moves essentially. And then you ask black, so what are you going to do about your position? The queen on c5 is a very important piece, obviously because the queen, but more important or more to the point is that what it controls. Like I think if white can get that queen to c4, it could start poking and prodding at black's queen side. And so the knight e7, finally the knight remaneuvers over here, but where is it going? Knight g6 would be a square, but g3 preemptively took away its forward jumps.
This reminds me of, I watched this History Channel documentary many years ago, and they used to bury vampires. They would put these spikes, so that if the vampire rose from its grave, well, you know what would happen. These pawns are like these spikes. The knight has nowhere to go. It's like a vampire, but can't find any blood to drink. Can't go to f4, can't go to h4, can't go to d4, can't go to b4. White's bishop, on the other hand, obviously does have a home on b3, but you kind of need to deal with that pawn on e4. And maybe Sam just wants to improve his king side in the meantime.
And Vidit goes knight c8. That knight wants to go to d6, where at least it puts pressure on white's center. But even when the knight gets there, why can't white just play pawn f3 and defend? So I'm still looking at ideas revolving around that, queen c4. I don't know if a queen trade is that helpful for white in these positions, but I do feel like white should be the preferable side.
Yeah, and of course, a dream scenario would be to wrest control of the d file from black. That's quite a far-fetched concept, but if white could ward these rooks away from the d file, I always like to point out situations where there's only one open file. If you have full control over that file, you're basically in charge. But how do you make that happen?
Oh, there's a cool variation here, if you don't mind.
Sure.
If rook d7, queen c4, and you say, I want to go rook to d2. You can just shatter the pawns, right? With queen takes c5 here, and then look at these pawns. It's disgusting. At some point, you're rook c1, knight c4.
Oh,
and
look at this. Knight d6, knight f1.
Yep, that's exactly where I was.
Oh my God, that's beautiful.
You took the idea right from my brain. I was about to say the only way to stop, it seemed, was to play this knight d6 move, but the rook got trapped.
To steal your thunder. That's a very nice line.
I always enjoy when you see where I'm going, because sometimes you're like, Robert, that's a terrible idea. What are you talking about? Here, at least, it made perfect sense.
And I think he's going for it. Good call by you. He gives up the d file. Looks at first like a bad decision, but that's if you look at it superficially. The point is that if black takes on c4, Robert, and I'm sure you were going to add this, after knight c4, you need to defend the pawn. And after rook e7, white succeeds in his mission of getting control of the d file. Is that winning? Obviously not, but it can get incredibly unpleasant.
there's a clear advantage for white. And at this high level, the way you win games is not, go checkmate by force. It's often these small advantages, and then you start nursing them, and they get bigger and bigger, even with your opponent seemingly doing nothing wrong. Anatoly Karpov, the former world champion, he was a king at that kind of maneuvering. And queen drops back to e7 because Vidit wants no part of the endgame. Now knight f5 comes to the tempo. Bishop can go to b3. The queen can go up to a square like c6, and then is it going to a8? Is c7 loose? Is knight d5 coming? White can also just start trying to play completely on the queen side, right? B2 to b4.
B4, yeah, very typical idea. And what could happen after b4, you could even play it immediately. If black trades mindlessly, then white's about to create an outside passer with a5, and the noose is starting to tighten around black's position, slowly. None of what Sevian did will win the Brilliancy Prize, but he's made a series of excellent decisions, and now he's gotten himself a stable advantage. But can he convert it as both sides creeping down on the clock?
Yeah, because Vidit is a few moves away from fully equalizing, right? Like if white kind of does nothing and the knight comes to d6 now, and then you create love for your king and you put pressure on e4, it feels like the question's asked, how are you going to win from here? But I think it's clear that he wants b2 to b4, and his queen on a6 already puts pressure on the pawn on a5, in addition to the knight that's currently hanging on c8. So if the knight goes to d6, it blocks the queen's line of sight to b4, and thus white will try to get that push in.
And white can also get rook d1 in. I mean, knight d6, rook d1. Oh, did he play it as... No, he did play it as I was making the move. That's actually pretty funny. He took it right out of my hands. But rather than going rook d1, Sam maneuvering the queen, I think to c6, but wait a moment. What if black just responds with queen d7?
Yeah, I'm not really sure why he did this, because he could have played queen c6 initially, right? The queen was on c4, and it went a6, a8, c6. Oh, I don't even know what that shape is, kind of like a parallelogram shape,
right,
to get there. So it could have gone to c6 immediately when the rook was on d7 and knight on c8. So he actually helped black's pieces get to better squares.
Well, it's like Kevin Durant in that first round series. A lot of moves, a lot of dribbles, but I'm afraid that there won't be that many results after Vidit knocks that queen out with queen d7 or queen e8. He might actually be this. Oh, no, queen e8 wonders the pawn on c7. I thought that rook d1 here was more natural, but, again, Sam is a master in these kinds of positions. So maybe he sees something in this endgame. Maybe it's f4.
At some point, f4, and just to point out right now, e4 is under attack twice, but the knight gets distracted. After knight d takes e4, the rook on d7 is captured. You lose your knight on e4.
You lose your knight on e4. Indeed, Sam has gone rook d1, and he's also built up a pretty steady advantage on the clock as Vidit, dropping now to 2 minutes and change. But how will Sam nurse his tiny advantage in this position? That advantage may have become already quite symbolic rather than objective.
Well, f4 is one idea. You pointed that out. It just looks like an immediate threat to win a piece, and black would have to figure out how to deal with it. However, it's committal. So f4 is one of those moves that you could make it and think that you're creating some problems, and he does go for it, but it also could be one later that you wish you could take back.
Vidit immediately responding to the rook e7, and like you said, that pawn on e4 is under very serious pressure. There are already tactics. I think you might be thinking with the same thing.
Yes, I am.
Then there's knight d5.
And if you take on f4 first, ef takes f4, and g takes f4, then why can't you take on e4? That's one of those big questions that you ask. Yeah.
Because I take.
And then rook takes?
Oh, and if rook takes d6, there's rook takes e3.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was a crazy line. I don't know if I should show it though, because he's just played g6.
It's still relevant, and I think one of the major points is that if we can't show it here, that if first go through bishop takes e4, that we know is not the correct sequence, because that's a rook e4. It looks like you remove the guard with rook d6, but rook takes e3, check, and then you take this rook and blacks up a pawn. But the problem, whatever knight takes e4 happens, is the d5 square is available. So after knight f takes e4, there's knight d5, and now black's pieces are out of sorts.
Yeah, you have to move the rook back to keep the knight under protection. And after knight takes c7, black's position comes apart at the seams. But a couple of moves in the meantime have been played. Knight d5, orchestrating a trade of knights. And finally, Sam has played b4, and it's as scary as it was in the middle game. Black cannot afford to allow white to create an outside passer. I think Vidit has to play a move that does you know, it's not going to win you any dates, but you got to do it. You got to go knight b7, keep things the way they are.
All right, we don't have to be shallow here, okay? Knight b7, it's a beautiful move. You know, it's in the eye of the beholder here, and knight b7, okay, let's be honest. It doesn't look great, but it does defend a5, which is critical. And c6, you can try to trade rooks in the d file. If the rooks get traded, black no longer has any problems.
Black will be totally fine. And I think what Vidit wants to do is move this rook over to c7 in order to make space for the black king to move toward the center. And then finally, you will be ready to play rook d7 and contest that d file. Look at the defensive job that the knight is doing here. I mean, controlling d8, controlling d6. That knight is the hero of the game.
And black could get a better position in the next few moves. That bishop on d1, it can't attack anything. So that knight on b7, it may not look great for now, but it's not forced to be a donkey for the rest of the game. It can become a unicorn. And so that knight can jump around, start attacking some of the pawns, and the bishop will be left being a defensive piece.
Yeah, the knight acts kind of like a screwdriver. It sort of chisels its way into the weak spots in white's positions. Sam expanding on the king side with h4, but not sure what his follow-up is going to be. Will he play h5? But will the opening of the h file come too late? Because after rook d7, white has no choice but to trade rooks, Robert. So maybe you move the bishop instead. No, he goes g4.
And now's the big question. Is rook d7 a worthy trade for black here? Because the rook trade is absolutely forced. And if not rook to d7, what other ideas? Does black play c5 at some moment? Like a takes b4 and c5 right now. And black could really think about playing for an advantage.
But the clock is starting to worry me. Vidit, now down to 40 seconds. I don't know if he can afford to sharpen up the position. Sam has managed his time well. He's got to make a decision here. Will he play rook d7 or will he take on f4 first? He takes on b4. Wow.
Okay. And is he
buckle
there
up?
It is. There it is. And the real downside of playing c5 is that d5 square becomes available to the white rook. So you could go fe5, rook d5. And now we're getting a bit of a hectic position where the white queenside collapses, black center could be in trouble, and now it's anyone's game.
You can see the intensity in Vidit's eyes as he tries to calculate as much as he can on Sevian's turn. Every second is golden here, and a big decision to be made for Sam. F takes e5, B takes c5, and he chooses the latter. What will Vidit recapture with? Knight takes looks like the most natural, but Robert, I guess you have to consider pawn takes.
Yeah, I'm just getting concerned about Vidit's clock management because I see the calculation in his eyes, but I also see a bit of fear, some concern there, and he's got to move.
Knight takes. Knight takes is the easier move to play.
Yes.
The easier position to play, that is.
And he's 2 moves away from advantage. Knight e6, if you get a free turn, then knight to d4. It's clear that black is in the driver's seat.
So maybe Sam tries to dynamite the king side with g5. He could also play f5 to bar the knight's entry to d4. But closing up the position here, it's a little bit anti-positional.
Although f5, if you're able to take on g6, h6, then you have h5, and then white gets a pass pawn on the other rook file. So
same type of idea as black's, as before, I guess.
100%. So this is a big moment for Sam because he is ahead of the clock. Only 15 seconds for Vidit, who is a capable bullet player. And let's not forget about that a4 pawn. Black can play rook a7 and go right for that pawn if white is just paying too much attention to the king side and not enough to the queen side.
Sam is one of the trickiest players of this young generation. Everybody's tricky. Everybody knows how to defend. Sam knows how to create problems here. That's what worries me the most. He's played f5. Now rook d7 forces the trade of rooks, but might allow that outside passer, Robert. I don't know if I like this for Vidit.
Okay, but h is a very important move. No g5. G5 could still be played, right? There's sometimes where you sacrifice a pawn, that your king up to g4 and into the game. But with that knight so strong on c5, I don't think you can get away with it.
Rook d7 counterattacking the bishop. I think Vidit wants to park that rook on d6. a4 is also very weak.
Yes, and rook d4 becomes an option as well. Like if you want to go hunt the kingside pawns, rook to d4, hitting a4, maybe rook f. Oh, rook d4 maybe.
But rook takes b6, rook takes g4. You got to calculate him. That gives white the a pawn.
He's got to move. 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
He plays rook d4. Rook takes b6, rook g4. Go.
Sam stepping on the gas pedal. He takes a4.
Okay,
now
king back.
Threatening knight c3. Can't draw that arrow. He's threatening that. And Sam might have to make a draw.
Yeah, bishop takes a4, rook takes a4, king f3, and we have an equal position.
Yeah, and that one, I mean, black could try h5 there, But White should have no problems making the draw just with a series of lateral checks. Sam now down to 4 seconds.
Whoa, it's
for the win.
And knight c5, big move. King e7. Black's better. G4's falling.
Oh, Sam with an over-ambitious move. Now he's down to 5 seconds.
G5, sacrificing a pawn. The bishop with B3 is protected. That's important.
No choice. He couldn't have defended otherwise. Now Vidit is pressing for the win.
Yes, there's no way, unless Vidit just blunders completely, there's no way for him to get in trouble. Knight d7 back.
Although that f-pawn can get really dangerous.
King over f4 check. Oh, knight d3 first. But king g3?
That was not a good decision by Vidit.
Okay.
Now he stops the pawn.
Oh, what is it? What is it? There's a win.
What is it?
Rook e3
check.
Is there mate? And they mate
Oh,
too.
there's mate.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
G3. Push the pawn.
G3.
Okay, he goes here.
For even better. Now there's no stopping G3.
Oh my, rook e2 and rook e2, king g3, rook g2 mate as well. I mean,
or G3 and rook G1.
Yeah.
Just G3.
G3.
King F1, G2. It's over. And Sam has resigned. Vidit knocking out the #1 seed. And what a heartbreaker for Sam, who could have forced the draw, but just one over-ambitious decision, Robert. Incredible.
And did you see Vidit breathe for the first time all game there? He was just so much relief. And what happened there was that turn of events when he went A takes B4, Danya, and then C5, he created a game where all 3 results were possible. Before that, it felt like White was in the driver's seat. Only Sam could play for a victory. But at this moment, with mere seconds on his clock, he plays C5, and he's able to obtain the advantage and eventually win the game.
This was the first turning point, and then the second one, if we fast forward, Sam had the opportunity to force a draw with bishop takes a4. Can you blame him for going for the win? Absolutely not. He had 22 seconds, as you can see, and Vidit had 5, but he took a long time on this decision and underestimated the power of Vidit's tandem and the weakness of his pawns. Cold-blooded defense by Vidit, Gujrathi, and a big, big performance in our first game of the day.
Yeah, and Sam Sevian, he had a great weekend on Saturday. Unfortunately, it came to an end here early on Sunday. Vidit Gujrathi moves on. He will face the winner of the next matchup, and that is Hikaru Nakamura against Anton Demchenko. You will not want to miss that wonderful game. It will start in just a few as we return from this break here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Hi everyone, International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again for more chess terms and tactics explained. That's the thing that I'm apparently doing now with my time. I believe being a Chief Chess Officer makes me qualified to break down some basic tactics. So here we go with the fork. Right before your eyes, you see a beautiful, beautiful image of a fork going through a knife. But let's talk about the common ways this tactic occurs. Perhaps no fork is more common, or at least the threat of executing this type of fork is often key to making a lot of tactics work. Whether you actually see top players make this blunder or not, the threat of making a fork upon attacking 2 minor pieces, either in the opening or even as you transition from opening to middle game, is a very common way to win material, whether it actually happens on the board or whether they prevent it. This is one you really want to know and have in your repertoire. The next example of a fork is probably the one we think of most commonly visually when you imagine a fork. It is a knight attacking 2 major pieces. Whether it's a check fork where you attack a king and rook, whether it's 2 rooks as you see here, maybe if you're super lucky, it's a king and a queen, a royal fork as they call it. Either way, the knight coming to the square literally shows you the fork in the road, hence the term fork, as it attacks more than 1 piece in the enemy camp, and black goes on to win material. The next example of a fork is important because while we don't actually call double attacks by pieces that aren't the pawn or knight forks, it is essentially a fork. Here we see the bishop go to the g4 square, attacking 2 enemy pieces, the king and the rook. This is a double attack or a fork and goes on to win material. Anytime you're putting more than 1 piece in your enemy opponent's camp under fire, you are forking, placing a double attack on their pieces. After this, we like to see one real game example, so I picked a special one that we're going to show you now. Here's a game chosen between Grandmaster Georg Meyer and Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen. Some people have heard of these guys. The World Chess Champion went on to win with the black pieces in the Grenke Chess Classic in 2017 when he traded queens on e5. The fun part of this combination is that the first fork is not enough. Georg Meyer brings the king to e3 and seemingly regains all of his material. But after knight to d3 check, we see the final and fatal fork, winning the rook on b2. Georg Meyer actually resigned on the spot in this position, as he would obviously go down a ton of material and easily lose the endgame. Hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. For all of our subscribers tuning into this content, thank you so much for being that. And I'm going to send it back to the broadcast crew now, and I will see you around on chess.com.
And as you can see on screen here, Vidit Gujrathi is the first player to make his way to the semifinals of today Rapid Chess Championship knockout. Danya, he awaits the winner of our next matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Anton Demchenko.
And Hikaru with a serviceable performance yesterday. He did pretty well. He only lost one game to Sam Sevian. And by the standards that Hikaru holds himself to, he was a little bit disappointed, but it was more than good enough to qualify. And Hikaru with the white pieces in the RCC, Robert, that knight f3, b3 stuff has been utterly unstoppable. Nobody has an answer to that.
Yeah, but it's a bit of his modern approach to the game of chess. And as we can see on Anton Demchenko's camera, he's a man, of tradition. Okay, he's not adhering to that modern b3 stuff. He's just saying that, I miss the good old days when movies were in black and white.
Yeah, he probably asked Wilhelm Steinitz for his advice on facing knight f3, b3. And they're off.
And here now the joke makes more sense now that Anton's actually on screen for everybody.
Right. Anybody who doesn't at this point know what distinguishes Anton's camera color. Okay.
And here we see a solid setup from black. He's going to try to play for e5. Easier said than done, because e5, you have e5 de knight g4, because if you take back on e5 right away, you end up dropping a pawn, as you're showing, because the queen takes on d8, distracts the rook, and it's overloaded pieces.
Right, the rook is overloaded. This is a very well-known line. Anton is a King's Indian player. We haven't seen too many people putting on the board a King's Indian setup against Hikaru's patented knight f3, b3 stuff. Let's see how Anton handles it.
And this is a very interesting position, Danya, where both b5 pawns and a4 are overextended, because you want a buddy for your pawns. So if black can get enough firepower attacking b5, it will likely fall. But the same is true for that pawn on a4. So a really frustrating move to meet from the white perspective, because white would have loved, given a free move, to play a2 to a4, take over space. Now, all of a sudden, yeah, exactly. I was saying that black is threatening a3 if that knight went to c3, for example. And Demchenko seems to have this worked out. He's prepped.
He's definitely prepped. And I think the EVA bar is bearing that out, as Hikaru drops his other knight down to d2. Anton immediately responding with d5, still playing as if out of a cannonball. I mean, he's just playing instantly. Bishop d3. I think black is doing totally fine. I don't know about +1.
Just, I mean, they're easy moves to make. Queen d6 looks pretty nice. You can play a move like bishop f5 even. I was thinking about that one. That was my first thought, but then I got worried that, if I get double pawns, maybe it could be a target, but not really. After gf5, then you bolster that setup with e6 and then play knight e4, and
right,
black's doing great.
Yes. I mean, you see this sometimes in the exchange Caro-Kann, where a lot of people rule out setup like this just because of the optical ugliness of the black pawn structure on the king side, but it's actually quite effective at controlling, as you pointed out, all the key central squares.
Mm-hmm. So bishop f5, totally reasonable. Demchenko not with a move just yet, and he plays bishop d7. A good move. I mean, it makes sense.
I think it's a decent move. It is a developing move, but what is going to be his follow-up? I thought bishop f5 was very, very natural, knocking out white's strongest piece, essentially.
Yeah, I did like that move, and I was thinking maybe he's going to go queen b8 for some reason, but I don't know what the point exactly is of that move, and what else can black play? You can play e6, bishop f8, reroute the bishop, because the bishop on g7 is doing nothing, and it's not like you need the fianchetto bishop to help your king at all. There's no attack, and he does. Okay. Wow, he does go bishop f8.
You called it that. So he's aiming at the knight through the prism of the pawn. But what if Hikaru heads to e5 with his knight? What is the end game? I'm having a hard time grasping the sort of ultimate goal of Demchenko's setup. Where are his pieces going? Can you help me out?
Yeah, I'll try my best. So knight f3 is played. You can play a move like bishop f5 or bishop g4, so that way his bishop doesn't get locked in. But then it begs the question, why bishop d7 to start with?
Why bishop d7 to start with is a great question, and he has wasted a tempo. I still think black is doing totally fine here, right? Black is a very, very solid. But it's starting to seem to me that Hikaru is making some progress here. He's got a better position compared to the one 5 moves ago.
Yeah, and I think for black, you have bishop d6, queen e7. You have all the squares in the c file covered. So you look at white's playing double rooks, but where are those rooks going? c5, c6, c7, c8, all c4, all of them are covered by
still put it on c5.
That's what I was about to say.
Black's not going to take it.
There could be an exchange sacrifice there, but he plays rook c8 first, and he's saying, all right, you're not even going to get to double because I'm trading off a pair of rooks very quickly.
And of course, black will recapture with the knight. He has to, otherwise knight on f6 is lost. And then from c8, that knight will head to d6 and potentially to e4. So obviously Hikaru does not cooperate. He doubles on the c file, and we're likely to see a trade. We do. Knight takes.
Interesting. So where's that knight going? I don't see a clear path forward anyway, but I guess the knight on a3 wasn't particularly pleasant for Hikaru to look at.
Well, a long-term plan, Robert, would be to go back to e1, then move the queen a la tempo, and then go knight f3, knight e5. But, that takes quite a long time, doesn't it, Robert?
It does take a while, but it's a closed position. So a perfectly reasonable idea to turn that knight into a bit of a journeying piece. So bishop d6 played, completely reasonable. For white, another potential idea is to improve that bishop on b2. Maybe bishop c3, think about going to a5 with a pin. He goes bishop a3. So that he didn't like the bishop. He's going to trade it. But I just don't see any issues for black in this position.
No, black has no issues. Trade in queen e7 looks pretty natural to me with with rook c8 to follow.
Yeah.
And if anything, I mean, if I had to choose a side, I would probably choose black. Oh. Whoa. Wow. He definitely forgot about that knight.
Is there knight d7 first after queen takes f6?
I feel like he forgot about that knight and just got fortunate that he's attacking a3. Knight d7. Wait a second. Does white have like queen f4 and then rook c7? And all of a sudden black's king is caught in the crossfire?
Yeah, I was trying to stop you from playing rook c7.
But explain to me why Anton is even bothering with this when queen e7 has all of the merits of queen d6 and doesn't allow white to take the knight.
There's no benefit of playing.
This is just a I don't want to say a thoughtless move, but just a very strange decision.
So after queen f6, queen takes a3, rook c7. What exactly is the plan for black?
Well, listen, Grukafuid.
Okay, so you give up b7,
But you could take b7 if you want.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying
seems
this.
Dubious on many fronts. Hikaru is obviously calculating queen takes f6. He could move his knight as an alternative, but that would essentially concede the point.
Yeah, I'm not moving that knight. I'm taking f6. But he's trying to figure out the follow-up, because I think what he's envisioning is a position where, that rook takes b7, but a2 pawn is probably going to be lost. So white is more active, but there aren't too many pieces remaining in that sequence. But white has this h4, h5, h6 idea at the end. I know it's a bit hard to visualize, but when that queen lands on f6 for white, you just want to thrust that pawn up the board and even go for checkmate, because any moves from black on the king side will create some other weaknesses. And there could be a Nigel Short style king march.
Right. And you just don't want to play games with Hikaru. Right. I mean, you are playing chess with Hikaru. And not everybody wants to play chess with Hikaru, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You don't want to toy around with the position and give him unnecessary opportunities. But queen f6, queen a3, rook c7, rook f8, there is obviously danger for white too. Let's not understate that. White could lose a2, and before you know it, black could have two queens. And white could still have only one.
But there's a very forcing sequence here, so we might just see this. So queen takes a3.
We are seeing it.
How is he not made his move instantly?
Well, knight d7. I think you called it.
Right.
He's thinking about knight d7.
No, he set this position up. I am still shocked he allowed queen takes f6.
No, I'm telling you, my theory is that he actually forgot the knight f6 is hanging. I just don't see a reality where when you have a choice between queen e7 and queen d6, two moves that do exactly the same thing, you choose the one that allows this.
And look at him. Yeah, you're right. He missed it.
Stoic though.
No, but he put his hand on his head and he's calculating.
He definitely missed it.
So he just hung a piece. He was attacking a piece, but he hung the knight of his own. So grandmasters as strong as Demchenko, they do that too, everybody. And this is the sequence I'm interested in. Rook takes b7. Okay, so Hikaru plays bishop e2, because I thought that forcing sequence wasn't going to be enough for white.
But I think I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to reroute the bishop to g4 and snap off that pawn on e6, exploiting the fact that black can never move the f pawn due to the checkmate.
And actually, queen takes a2 runs right into that, right?
There is queen b1 check and queen e4. That's the one saving grace for black, I thought. But apparently...
Rook takes f7?
Oh, you evil man. You evil man. Look at this position. You have no way to save the rook. Oh, queen f5? Oh, queen d8 check. But not bishop takes f5, because then black can already take the rook. Isn't that pretty?
Yeah, that is a wonderful sequence. And it goes to show, though, that black's forces are concentrated on the queen side. So even though there are only three big pieces on the board for white, a queen, a rook, and a bishop, that's more than enough firepower to go after that black king. So right now, Demchenko has to be very careful. He clearly overlooked queen takes f6 because he's been thinking a lot and his decision is just getting worse. So now the question becomes, Danya, that knight on b6, can I play knight c4, hope that you take me on c4 and I get rid of your bishop? Or are you still going bishop g4, taking on e6, and there's maybe not so much that black can do about it?
Yeah, so you're saying knight c4, you could just respond with bishop g4 anyway.
Right.
I just think it's interesting, the mechanism of attack. You alluded to this. In many attacks, you use the pawn or the pawns as the battering ram, right? Shattering the king side. Here, white doesn't have that luxury. And h4 takes a while, so white repurposes things and reshuffles the roles, and the bishop is the piece that sacrifices itself for the greater good. But to answer your concrete question, yeah, knight c4, bishop g4, if we bring up the analysis board here for a second,
nothing.
I think it's over. I mean, you have one check. Would be great if you could play this, but unfortunately that hangs the queen. Small problem.
Yep. No,
so
this is.
I don't see anything here.
So instead of knight c4, which I'm just trying to bring a piece over, how do I get away with this?
I think Demchenko is going to lose this within 5 moves.
Yes,
I mean, allowing queen takes f6.
But
madness.
But it's fascinating because to our human senses, it feels like white has just taken over, and Demchenko does not have the benefit of seeing it's only 0.7. So there is a saving idea, and there's probably only one saving idea. We want to take this pawn. We showed bishop g4, queen b1, queen e4. That's the instinct. But as you're showing now, queen a1 check king h2, and then queen a3 to go to d6.
that.
I mean, this is not anything that a human just thinks of on at first, but drawing the king to a checkable square is very important.
And of course, bishop e6 loses to queen d6 check, followed by queen takes c7 or queen takes c6. Choose your pick. But that is such a hard. And what makes that idea hard? It's the fact that you're ignoring seemingly the threat on e6, right? It's just so unintuitive. It's not a human instinct to ignore a threat that seems to lead to checkmate. And Anton with his back against the wall here, I don't know if he's going to find this. He's down to 3 minutes also in the time that we've been talking.
It could be a process of elimination thing because all other moves look terrible, right? We just saw knight c4, bishop g4, too obvious. Queen takes a2, queen b1, queen e4. That survives for the first moment, or against the first idea of bishop takes e6, but allows rook takes f7 and then bishop e6, as we showed earlier. h5, that's of course stopping bishop g4, but it's a terrible move because white will just go and you're making your king side even worse. So by process of elimination, maybe he will go queen takes a2, and he might even have queen b1 to b4, not only queen a1 to a3. So there are two different avenues for him to get back to d6.
You need to spot the concept, right? You need to spot the fork on the d6 square. You need to reverse engineer this, but he's not reverse engineering anything right now. He's down to 2 minutes, and he might just not be seeing anything. And this is a very instructive idea by Hikaru. Bishop e2, bishop g4, bishop e6, textbook attacking play.
And if he doesn't see that idea of checking and bringing the queen back, he might play queen d6 immediately. But after rook takes b7, you're now down a pawn, and all the attacking ideas continue. So Demchenko, he blundered queen takes f6. He's fortunate it wasn't just a free piece, but it might as well have been a free piece at this point because it's leading to a huge attack, and he only has a minute and now 45 seconds to come up with any.
The unfortunate thing for Anton is that had he played queen e7 and rook c8, I almost feel like black is the only one with serious chances there.
Oh yeah,
I feel like black is, well, Hikaru can win anything, but within reasonable limits, you have a lot of time, you have a risk-free position, you have serious chances. I mean, that's as good as it gets against Hikaru, and instead, he tossed it in the trash. Yes, he did with queen d6.
A surprising error.
I didn't get the reference, but okay.
What?
That was difficult. The song "Grenade" by Bruno Mars.
I was like only half listening to you.
Tossed it in the trash.
Yeah,
yes,
why would?
Yes, you did.
You give me obscure Bruno Mars references, and now
I don't even like Bruno Mars. Full disclosure, I don't know why this came to me. In any case, Anton is not up to the task of finding queen a3. He plays knight c4, and we discussed this bishop g4, and it's over.
Yeah, queen's going to go back to d6 after bishop g4, and even just rook takes b7. There will be ideas with rook takes f7 at plenty of moments. Anyway, this is there's also rook e7 ideas with bishop g4, queen e6, rook e7 to go take on e6.
And that might just win on the spot.
Oh, gosh.
I can guarantee you what Hikaru's thinking right now is, am I missing anything? Is this too good to be true? No, it's not. Rook e7, maybe e5?
Then bishop e6
still
anyway.
Bishop e6.
Yeah.
Oh, my lands.
But okay, how can you blame him for taking a pawn over here?
This reminds me of not a Yasser impression. This does remind me of a funny story I was reading in an article on Averbach yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But Hikaru didn't play rook e7. He decided to take.
Just bishop. He's thinking of bishop takes h5 and then going queen g5 check, taking on h5 and winning a bunch of pawns, but there's no reason to do that. As
you play rook f7 here and bishop e6?
Yes.
You just take all of black's pawns.
Yes.
Yeah, and Hikaru does.
No, that's a great find. You have to play queen.
It's just over. Look at this.
Queen c7 or queen f8. Well, no, queen f8 or queen takes g6 already loses the material back. Here, bishop takes d5.
And you can't even move the knight back to b6 because bishop f7 and then queen
takes b6 right now for white.
Oh, I'm saying you're just an evil man.
Well,
e6 and bishop f7 and then whoop.
And how many pawns is white up? 2? Yeah, that's more than enough.
2, and it's about to be 3, and then it will be 4. Turn the vacuum cleaner on. Hikaru, 5 minutes on the clock. Man,
it's just done. b6. If you play queen b7 or something, then you trade queens and f7 and promote your pawn.
Absolutely clinical. Just trade. b7. Unstoppable, as they say. Hikaru instead deciding on a slightly different approach. Now rook g7 meets with queen h8.
Oh.
Cruel, cruel.
And if king e8, he's gonna play queen takes h5.
Translating the pin from one diagonal to another, and the only difference being black is now down 2 more pawns.
So right now, white has 4 pawns for rook, and now it's going to be 5 pawns, and then it's going to be 6 pawns.
That's unreal. And if he takes a4,
oh my god,
it'll be 7 pawns. I've ever seen. Wait, is it 7? Yes.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
I've never seen that in my life. I think Hikaru has to try to do it. Bishop takes d5. He's up. Wait, is it actually he's 6 pawns? Oh my god, I've never seen that before.
Oh goodness, it is 6. The only time I see this is in games between newer players where one side is completely winning. This is like an attack that instead of taking the rook on f7 has led to 6 extra pawns. For
King
white.
f8, Anton has to try to unpin himself and get Hikaru to take f7, but it's obviously over. Okay, he's not going to win the 7th.
That's all Anton was trying to do at this point in the game.
I feel like a Hikaru-esque would be like e4. Okay, who goes b6? That's also good. And even b7.
B7, yeah.
Wow.
And this game turned in just one move.
In just a millisecond.
Queen d6 was a howler. That was a really awful move.
You can't make those kinds of mistakes against Hikaru and expect to survive, even though black did have not even a saving grace. I mean, white still had an initiative there, but I think it was very, very clear after Hikaru found bishop e2, bishop g4 that the game was effectively over.
Mm-hmm. And give me a queen, a second one, and that is that. I mean, this was a game until it wasn't. If we go back to that moment just one more time,
yes.
And that's what this game comes down to, is that queen d6 was just shocking error by Demchenko hanging his knight on f6, whereas he played queen e7 with the same exact purpose of attacking the knight on a3, allowing for rook c8 and things like that. You can see the eval bar. Black is better, and I'm sure Demchenko knew he was doing perfectly fine. He just forgot about his knight on f6.
He forgot about his knight. He could have broken through with e5 here. And like you said, according to the engine, it's a small pull for black, very much risk-free position. And he spent 1 second on queen d6. Now, you can't really blame him. Against Hikaru, you need immaculate time management. Maybe had he spent just 5 or 6 more seconds readjusting his eyes to the position, maybe he would have played queen e7 and we would have seen a very different storyline in this game. But be that as it may, Hikaru Nakamura, he wins this first round as we've come to expect him to do on so many occasions in the RCC.
That's right. So we know that the semifinal matchup between Sam Sevian and Hikaru Nakamura is set in stone, but we still have 2 more quarterfinal matchups to go through. And up next will be Fedoseev against Jumabayev. That is a mouth-watering matchup. Ooh. We return here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase in just a few and see those players duke it out.
Hey everyone, International Master Danny Wrench, Chess.com's Chief Chess Officer, back again with another chess terms and tactics explained. Today's tactic is the pin, which is an immobilizing tactic, a tactic that restricts and, as you can kind of see, holds the enemy pieces down so that you might bring more firepower to them, hopefully win material down the road. We start out with a basic description. One of the most common ways you see a piece pinned is right before your eyes. A bishop pinning a knight to a major piece. Often the queen or the king is what you see here. Obviously, the knight moving out of the way allows the queen to be taken, so usually not an ideal thing to do. Hence, one of the most common examples of a pin, the bishop to the knight. The next pin is an absolute pin. An absolute pin means it is against the rules. You absolutely cannot move that piece, and it allows for slightly more powerful types of tactics. When the king is involved, the buck stops right there. Here we see the queen sacrifice herself on d7, moving the rook into a pin by the bishop on h3, and that allows for the checkmate to follow, white bringing the rook all the way down to the e8 square. An absolute pin is the type of pin you can hang your hat on, for lack of a more awkward, cringy pun, right? TM, awkward puns by Danny Wrench. Take that, Danya. Who's got the awkward puns now? This example really shows you what's at stake when the king is involved. Absolute pins really immobilize the enemy pieces because they simply cannot move per the rules of the game. Our next relative pin is also just designed to show that while the knight can legally move, probably not something you want to do because the queen will hang. Okay, and with that last description, we're going to jump over to our real game example. This taken from the World Chess Championship match between Alexander Aljohin and Jose Raul Capablanca long ago. This is one of the most amazing, one of my favorite examples of the power of a pin. It started with the move f4. Really a nice move to put the black queen on an even worse square than whence she stood on the centralized e5 point. With the queen completely out of the way and no chance you could ever move this rook and safeguard the lady, white now eliminates the knight on e4 and spends every move from here on out preparing to bring the rook to gang up on the relative pin. Now, why can't white do that right away? Bringing the rook to c1 would allow black to take with check, as the only thing that's more valuable perhaps than a hanging queen is a hanging king. White would have to take back, and Aljohin would have gained absolutely nothing for the pin. So instead, Aljohin plays the brilliant king f2, getting the king off of the checking square. Only then, after protecting the threat of a check on h4 with g3, does white bring the rook to c1 and ultimately see his opponent, Jose Raul Capablanca, resign. Hope you're enjoying the Chess Explained Terms breakdown. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the show that you're watching right now. I'm going to let you get back to it with the team, and I will see you around on chess.com.
And I just have to issue an apology first and foremost to my good friend Vidit Gujrathi. I misspoke as we had to break. It is Vidit who takes on Hikaru in the semifinal on the left side of the bracket here. But up next, we have Vladimir Fedoseev taking on Rinat Jumabayev. And Danya, I think that Jumabayev in this field is the least known player to the masses, but we know how powerful of an opponent he can be.
And he's been on the scene for a while. He works incredibly hard. He, of course, dispatched Fabiano Caruana at the last World Cup, winning a critical game with the black pieces. Jumabayev is an incredible positional player. And much like in the case of Sasha Grishuk or Gatakamsky, this increment is going to help him tremendously because his main struggle yesterday was not with chaotic positions that he handled incredibly well. It was with the clock as the game kicks off.
For sure. And he's a glutton for time punishment. And well, he has the increment here to help him out. And we see he's on the black side with the bishop b4 check and knight b to d2, a move that blocks in the bishop on c1. Some of our viewers may be confused by that. But when white plays a3, eventually kicks that bishop out of b4, the bishop on c1 will be revived.
Ooh.
Whoa.
95 by Vladimir.
What?
An early attempt at, I don't know what. He wants to take c6.
Yeah, so bishop d7 is possible. So you may think knight takes c6 removes the guard of your bishop on b4, but in that exact sequence, after bishop b7, knight c6, you don't take back on c6. That would be a huge blunder of a bishop. Instead, you take on d2 with check and then take on c6, and black is fully developed.
And moreover, like you said, you might look at this and say, okay, but white has the two bishops, white has the better center. No. If we keep going in this line after something like queen c2, black will rip open the center with dc and jump into e4 with the knight. And look at white's completely undeveloped kingside. White, it's not an exaggeration, Robert, you'll co-sign this, to say that white could get checkmated here pretty darn quickly. Oh yeah, no, this is a really bad position for white. It's one of those things where you go for certain notions of, oh, the bishop pair leads to an advantage at all times. And that's not true. So knight e5, you're moving the same piece twice in the opening. Look at black. Black has only moved his pieces a single time. Bishop d7 is the fourth and final minor piece to develop. And so black is situated perfectly. What do you think I'm thinking right now? Okay, I'm not thinking it any longer. I don't know. What were you thinking? I was going to say, why is Jumabayev thinking for so long? Oh, I thought you were just thinking, are these Corinthian or Ionic columns behind Fedoseev? So I think the Corinthian, right? I was also thinking about that. Or are those Doric? They're definitely not Doric. Not Doric. It's hard to see the, the exact artwork up top, but this is where we need the British BBC broadcaster voice. And there's the columns, so the Doric columns behind Vladimir Fedoseev, but white is fully underdeveloped. A bit skeptical of White's idea here. Watch them be Doric. Now that I said that they're not, I honestly don't really know. It's something I learned in like early high school or something. But wow, Jumabayev, he takes on d7. He takes with the knight because he wants knight b6. He wants knight b6. I don't know about this. Why not queen takes d7? That's a great question. He does want knight b6, which is a creative idea. Yeah, you can do so right now. Like, you don't have to take back just because your opponent captured. Knight b6 kicks the queen. Then you take on d5 with, I'm not even sure which piece at this point. And by the way, d4 is also loose. d4 is also loose, and that could come into play in the event that the queen relinquishes the pin against the knight on c6. And knight b6 has been played. Fedoseev already up 2 minutes, but his position is mighty dubious. Yeah, because if you play queen b3, thinking knight takes d4 is not possible because the bishop's under attack on b4, you walked right into it because there's a family fork on c2, and that's not family friendly. Dad, Mom, it might be Mother's Day, but that knight is not exercising any mercy with respect to the queen. No. Okay. So Fedoseev taking his first think of the game. Do you think this was, I don't think even this was preparation. I think this was a bluff that has kind of gone wrong for Vladimir. It looks bad for white. I mean, look at the development. Black is completely developed after queen. Lack thereof. Yeah, exactly. After queen d1, let's say, I think black can even consider queen takes d5, castle queenside. What is this? A6? A6? Yeah. No, this is terrible for white. Queen takes d5. Look at this position. A6, queen d3, queen d5. And this is no laughing matter. I mean, white could simply lose this game in a matter of 5 more moves. You know what this is a great example of? When you start playing openings just for the creativity and to surprise your opponent, but they're objectively a bit unsound, and then you get punished because your opponent is Renat Jumabayev. But Vladimir Fedoseev, we know his ability to slither out of these kinds of positions. I remember this one game against Amin Tabatabai a couple of weeks ago where I feel like he had no pieces developed and he managed to turn it around and win. You were going to say? I was going to say that this feels like a game where white said, okay, Renat, you get like 4 free moves, and then we'll see if I can come back from there. I mean, this is terrible for white. So should Black castle queenside and then go for a quick e6, e5, just blasting open the d file?
Yeah, and then don't stop there. Just keep going. I mean, it's just awful for White.
But Renat, first of all, has to look at careful about his clock. He can't take 5 minutes here, and he has to keep his foot on the gas pedal. He cannot give Vladimir a chance to get his light scored bishop out. The moment White castle's short, whatever advantage Black has is cut into 100 pieces.
And unfortunately for White, you can't even play bishop e2 because g2 will be hanging. So just there are no ideas for White here. And I think we're not doing the correct thing, determining whether castle and queenside is objectively the best choice. He goes for it. He still has over 6 minutes on his clock. He is a huge lead in development. Objectively, he's much better. And e5 is coming, whether or not White likes to see that move.
And Black should play a la tempo, a3, bishop takes d2 check.
Tempo.
Right. You don't care about the two bishops here. It's all about playing e5 before White gets a chance to castle. I mean, Fedoseev might even castle queenside here. That could very well be the lesser evil, but it's still pretty darn evil.
This is, I don't entirely get what Fedoseev was aiming for. Did he just think that Renat would blunder after his...
Yeah, knight e5.
I
mean, the thing is, in the Ragozin, and I'll show this after the game, instead of knight bd2, knight c3 and queen a4 check is a legitimate full-fledged line. But in that line, you don't block your dark squared bishop, right?
Yeah.
You can't do the same thing with a knight on d2, as Vladimir indeed decides on a3.
But even knight to d2, it's relatively normal. But then to play queen a4, knight e5, as if your opponent wouldn't understand you're piling pressure on a pin piece.
It's very strange.
Speaking of piling pressure on a pin piece, e5. It's not over, but it's just terrible for White.
It is. Fedoseev immediately giving a check on f5. I think he's gearing up to castle queenside for better or for worse.
Like king b8, and if you castle queenside, there might even be queen a2 heading, in that direction.
One, but yeah, I can still defend. Okay,
you're gonna defend down a pawn.
Whoa! He doesn't castle. Robert, what are we watching?
I don't know if this is self-destruction or what, but
rook he8 and then e takes d4 and resigns. Oh my goodness.
I mean, look at the position. White hasn't developed a single piece off the, besides the queen, off of the second rank, a minor piece, right? Like there's rook c5. I get what you're going for. Exactly. The queen will just go into a2. So rook h to e8 threatens knight takes d4. It's not just pawn takes d4.
Yeah.
Oh
my God. I mean, Jumabayev should play this within 30 seconds. I don't like this phrase, but there is virtually nothing to calculate here. You can't just break the rules of chess like this and hope to survive without a single piece developed.
I'm just shaking my head. That's all I can do.
Although Alexander Rustemov, Grandmaster, in the chat predicting 1-0 by flagging. I don't know about that, but Renat has to leave himself with a little bit of time. We know how tricky Fedoseev is. And I feel like in this particular instance, he should play rook h8 much faster than he's playing it.
He can even
Do you agree with that?
Yes, he could even play e takes d4, but I think what he might be concerned about is bishop takes a6 idea in the event of e takes d4. The queens get traded, the pawn a6 could drop.
But why not rook h8? That's such a natural move.
He just wants to play e takes d4 right away, kick the queen away so there's no trade, and play ed.
I don't know. Is it worth playing queen f3? Well, Fedoseev does play it.
Okay. And I guess e takes d4 is the same principle, like queen d5, bishop a6 ideas still at play.
I don't like g6. I want to tell you right now, I think that's a pretty serious mistake by Jumabayev.
Okay. Can you go queen? No, but if queen b3, then bishop takes a6 is...
I don't Jumabayev.
I thought you were going to make a joke like with Renat instead of Jumabayev, but you caught me by surprise there, partner.
Renat is a pretty tough name to pun on.
Well, you can use the knot in Renat. That's where I thought you were going to go with it.
Untying the Gordian's knot. Untying the Gordian's Renat of the position.
Oh, gosh. I didn't mean to force you into it. It's much better when it...
You're in too deep. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Don't be in here.
We in here. Nice.
All right. Shout out to my boy, James Canty, who's playing in Charlotte. Had a great time with him. Blitz and beverages last night. It was a grand time. Anyways.
Is that what
let's keep
B&B stands
commentating.
for? Blitz and beverages?
Blitz and beverages. I only had one beverage. There were people there who had quite a bit more.
Well, whether or not they were imbibing is neither here nor there, because bishop takes a6 is on the board. The point is, if b takes a6, you lose the knight on c6. That pawn on b7 is the only piece defending the knight.
This is a problem, and you can see the eval bar shaking its proverbial head. A lot of the advantages evaporated here.
Can you play? I almost want to play d takes e3, f takes e3, and then knight d4. Just to, I know I'm going to lose my knight if I get your bishop, but maybe I can lose my knight on some better terms in that variation.
This might be the biggest time advantage in the history of the RCC, though.
We just saw
5 minutes.
Yeah, Hikaru did have an extra 5, but it was like at the end of the game, not right in the middle.
Right. So you're proposing, just to make the moves on the board, takes, and knight d4, saying I'm going to give up the knight on my terms in order to ruin white's pawn structure. This does look very appetizing, but not compared to what he had a couple of moves ago.
Right. Before, it just looked like he was going to win in 10 moves. Now it looks like if he does win, it's going to be some end game grind. No. Okay, he can play knight d3 check, and he'll never be worse. But if you look at the difference in pawn structure right here versus the variation we were just discussing, that now white's pawns are together there in the center of the board, in e3 and f3. And in the style of Capablanca, if that pawn were on d4 and you have a dark square bishop, I would have just planted my pieces on d5 on a light square in front of your isolated pawn and just try to make progress in that endgame.
Right. And I would say that this is still, practically speaking, very unpleasant for white. It's easy to lose control of this position. Should white try to get active with bishop c3, that potentially walks into knight d3?
Yeah, actually, what's white's move here? Like a rook c2?
Rook c2 might be the way, just trying to add as much beef as possible to white's defensive construction.
Right, because the f4, the knight d3 check, and you're giving away the light squares.
Yeah, I mean, I thought trade and king e2, but no, that looks terrible. Rook b3 there. I mean, look great.
And I think that's what our verdict more or less is that in the event of knight d3 check, which is likely to happen in this game, that it's going to be a knight versus a dark square bishop. So you want to have pawns on light squares to cover what otherwise is uncoverable, because a dark square bishop, inherent to how it moves, can't defend. So f4, just to put that on the board for a second, and we'll go right back. Knight d3, we get these trades, and then you see, look at the eval. That's crazy. That is -3 just by one little pawn move.
Just because of that, because of the squares and black's total control over the key central squares. Vladimir Fedoseev loved his decision to play rook c2, showing restraint and defending patiently.
And f5 by Jumabayev. And if white moves the king, the bishop on d2 is defended. That's really important. And that's why the rook came to c2, so the king could move. But is there some kind of f4 available for black? Is that one of his ideas?
f4 and the knight d3 check?
Something like that?
Yeah, but it's clear that essentially all of black's advantage has already slipped away from him. And Sasha Rustemov's prophecy is looking more and more like it's got a chance to come true, given the time situation.
Yeah, he's stealing the title of prophet from you, because that, I mean, calling that from a mile away or many kilometers away, I guess we should speak in that system. But knight d3 check, and black is still better here.
Oh yeah, no, let's not pretend. Yeah, let's not pretend that white has solved all of his problems. And now if you go king g3, you walk into f4 check, for example. That's a devastating shot. And okay, maybe you have to take on d3, but then white's position is still under a significant amount of pressure.
Yeah, and this advantage is kind of for the long run, but the problem is that black is the one who's down on time. If the clocks were reversed, I think we'd say Jumabayev wins this 90% of the time, but with the clocks the way they are, I think that Fedoseev holds a good percentage of the time because he's not that much worse. He can sort of just get in the shell here, put a rook on e2 and say, where is your progress going to come from?
And he's just incredibly happy to be here.
Yeah.
You know, he's so happy that he got the queens off the board. His king is still in one piece. And Jumabayev continues to burn clock with every move that is played as he migrates his knight into the center, adding pressure on the e3 pawn. He's not threatening to capture it, but this is highly unpleasant for white.
The good news for Jumabayev, right, is that there's nothing that Fedoseev can attack, right? There's no weakness.
Right.
If you play h5, I can also rook e6 and just defend that g6 pawn. So black can do whatever he wants, more or less. White is going to just shuffle his pieces and say, I'm worse, I have less space, but there's nothing for you to attack either. E3 is maybe the weakest point, but white has all of his forces defending that square. So I do think that this game should remain level.
And Jumabayev potentially trying to expand on the queen side. There are some concerns with that rook on d3 not having a way back, but it obviously has a nice perch on b3 should that be necessary. But c5, once again, as you're hinting at, what is the follow-up, right? You can expand all you want, but if you don't have any targets, you're eventually going to hit a brick wall.
I think the king wants to land on b3.
Okay.
It sounds laughable, but how are you going to stop me from playing king b7?
I think that's actually kind of a cool idea. I would never laugh at you. You know that.
No, you definitely would. And I just, in this one moment, I feel like I mean, what's rook c4? There's no actual plan exactly.
You might be preparing e4.
Whoa.
I think Vladimir's playing for the win.
Playing for the win just because of the clock?
Yeah. I mean, that's not the worst idea in the world. He's still up 5 minutes.
And king
Watch
b7.
him play e4. That's typical Fedoseev.
Is e4 even a good move, or are you just playing it to be confusing?
I don't think it's a good move. I don't think white can afford it.
Yeah.
White's foundation isn't solid enough to warrant such a move.
It's one of these points, though, Danya, and we can say this from even a classical chess perspective, where you're just tired of defending for white. So, like, okay, e4, I'm pushing forward, I have chances, but then you immediately regret the decision because, objectively speaking, maybe white should just remain solid and keep the status quo.
I've got this brazen idea of going h5, trying to induce g5, and then going e4. I feel like that's a kind of idea that Vladimir, you know, I've known him for many years. I feel like he's thinking about it. He might not play it, but I think he's thinking about going h5 here.
And
if
Jumabayev,
I know enough.
You know Fedoseev, I'm just looking at Jumabayev. He looks cool as a cucumber.
Right. Like another day in the office. Yeah, I've got 26 seconds. My opponent is 4 minutes. No problem.
I forgot about how little time he had by looking at him. He does not seem at the least bit disturbed by his lack of time here. But his position, of course, is pretty good. And Fedoseev, he is thinking about h5 or e4. Your two different move suggestions, how to make that work.
And the alternative is,
and there's h5.
You know, I'm fighting for the prof title.
Wait,
Sasha,
did he go g5? No, he didn't go g5.
He did.
No, he didn't.
That's no, you didn't. Sorry. That is me. My bad. My mouse slipped. King c6 is on the board. Renat not biting. A lot of people would just go g5 automatically, but that would put the pawn right in the line of fire of white's bishop.
And here comes king b5, and the rook will probably go over to h4, but otherwise that king would go to a4 and b3, and then white would be in serious trouble.
And your prediction is closer and closer to coming true as the king makes its way toward white's hemisphere.
Mm-hmm. And rook h4.
Swinging his rook. Can he target that g6 pawn? Will he park his rook on h6?
I was just saying, now the time for e4, because if you trade rooks, the rook e takes e4, that g6 pawn can be a bit tender.
He takes with the h rook, but it's basically the same thing, wresting control of the e file from black. And that pawn is full-fledged weakness, especially if white attacks it from the g file.
And if you go rook f6, there's rook e6 check, so he trades and goes rook d1. Okay, rook h6. Rook b1, there's bishop g7. Super important move. Oh my gosh.
Without it, I mean, white has to keep this pawn alive. 10 seconds.
White might win this game because rook there's no time.
Threat. 5 seconds.
G5. Go G5. King
d7. Rook g4. There is knight e7, so you can keep the pawn on g6 alive for the time being.
Wow. Okay. Barely getting away with it.
It's crazy that we're even talking about black being on the defensive.
5 seconds. 3. Okay, he gets his move up. Bishop says king e6.
The fact that black is anchored to the pawn is very important.
Okay, and here comes that king to the rescue. King's going to f7. Next move.
Black should hold this.
Well, with 5.8 seconds, maybe you should hold any position, but you could lose on time.
Go! Oh. Okay, rook g6. He wants king f5.
Wow. What a decision.
Cold-blooded, but rook d6 and white preserves some chances. What if the king makes its way to the queen side?
Great question.
Vladimir with the most chances he's had all game here as he's up a pawn.
And Jumabayev just rook b3.
Cool as a cucumber, as you said.
If the queen side gets traded, it's immediately a draw. Rook and the f pawn against rook and king, we know that's going to be a draw. So that's what Renat needs to do, is trade all those queenside pawns.
Yeah, he needs to find a way not to lose both of these pawns, like you said, without eliminating white's A and C pawns. You don't want any situation where white has even an A pawn, a lone A pawn, because the king is so far away.
That's right. And I think that Renat has this covered, because with the white pawn split, the rook is not going to be able to defend them both. And so it looks like at least one will fall. You'll win b6 for c3, and then c5 and a4 will be traded off for one another by the rooks. So I think that Renat is going to hold this.
I agree. It looks like he's got just enough time. The position has simplified to the point where he doesn't need to spend more than a second or two on each move.
And Vladimir, he's trying to find a way here. So he goes rook d3, rook a3, very natural. Take on a4.
But now he just takes a4.
But I see what Vladimir wants.
B5. Don't go b5.
That's right. But Vladimir wants king d3 and then b5.
Oh, rook b6.
Rook f4 instead. Oh,
it's not over. This is not so easy. Rook c6.
But then just rook h3 or something, so your king gets back.
Oh, amazing. Rook c5, king d6.
Yes, and king c5, you just drop c3.
Check would have been terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's a dead draw.
Yes, but a really important move by Renat to play rook over to h3. Just essentially say, I'm passing the turn to you. You're going to take on c5. You can't do it with the king. You lose c3. You take on the rook. My king gets back in front of the pawn. That's where the king needs to be in the defense.
A disappointing overall result this is going to be, but an excellent defense toward the end. But Fedoseev still trying. That king is still cut off along the c file.
King d7. Go king d7. What are you doing? 2 seconds. Move.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Preparing a series of checks from the back.
Gosh,
he's cutting in so close, and he's so calm.
Oh my goodness. Rook
or
b1.
You might need to defend with the alternate fillet.
No!
Oh my god, king d6!
No!
Rook. Wait, what's the win? Rook c7?
Oh my gosh.
c5? Is that winning now?
Oh my goodness. He allowed it. Yes.
And it's over. Rook h6, king b7.
King
here
c6.
The king hides on c6, and black's king is too passive here.
Yeah, rook h6 to king b7, and the c pawn is ushered up.
G8 check and rook c8. That's it. That's a Lucina.
My goodness. And this rook c8. Yeah, you're right.
And king b7.
Oh, okay. Goes in the wrong direction. 2 seconds.
The plan is rook c8 followed by king b7, and if black's king shifts to d7, you have that c6 check.
And does Fedoseev know this? We would expect him to. He plays rook c8.
Yes,
okay.
He does.
No more questions.
He's got no choice. That's what helps. I mean, this is the only way to keep pushing the pawn.
Yeah.
C6, that's it.
It is one of those situations, Danya, where you could think you're confusing your different rook and pawn end games, but he has this one in the bag. Just do not play c7. Do not push that pawn.
Ooh, king d6 or d7?
Okay, and now he can move his rook along the 7th rank.
Rook h7, king c8, c7.
So rook check, or c7 also works.
Rook check. Rook check first is even better.
And he's plays it.
This is easy.
King c8. Just don't after rook f1. Don't play king d8.
Right.
Now you can play king d8, or
you can also play king b7, and Renat is going to resign the game. Unbelievable. And we thought he was out of the woods. How did Fedoseev do that? Let's instant replay when he blundered. Where exactly was the mistake? It was, this is still fine.
Rook b1 check he needed to play.
So there's several moves. Rook b1 check, force the king in front of the pawn, and now just move back. That's it.
Yeah.
There's literally nothing white can do here.
Yeah, as long as the black king can stay in front of the pawn, like if the rook moves away from c6, the king goes to can go to c7, and this is an easy draw.
This is just a Philidor, but the white can't even test black here. Black's rook moves either to the 5th or the 6th rank. Instead, Renat relaxing for just 1 second, giving this check, and now it's already become harder. Oh my god, apparently rook h3 was a drawing move. How is rook h3 drawing, but rook h1 isn't? I don't know if I trust that.
So what's the difference there? Like what?
Check here, C5. No, it's
It's just
it's winning. The engine just needed a second. No, this is actually the losing move. Amazing.
Yeah, rook b1 check was the way to go. But we were talking about this. Renat, he looked stoic for a while, but it's so difficult to play with mere seconds on your clock, especially when your opponent has minutes to your seconds. So Vladimir Fedoseev, he plays a very iffy opening that I don't think he's going to be repeating anytime soon. He gets away with it. He makes his way to the semifinals. So he joins on the other half of the bracket. There is Vida Gujrathi and Hikaru Nakamura. Vladimir Fedoseev awaits the winner of our next matchup between Anish Giri and Parham Maghsoodloo. That is up next in just a few minutes. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, those two will square out for the final spot in the semifinals here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mate in one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
We all love speed chess, the Speed Chess Championship, the Junior Speed Chess Championship, and now the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship is back. And tomorrow, Monday, May 9th at noon Pacific time, we will have Gotham Chess, International Master Levy Rossman, taking on Nemo. Danya, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better first matchup in the I Am Not a GM SEC.
You absolutely could not. That is a super hype inaugural matchup. I'm very, very much looking forward to it, Robert. These two players, these two streamers, content creators, in whatever, however you want to call them, they are huge and they've got big fan bases. And I can't wait to watch the I Am Not a GM, particularly this match.
For sure. And we have Women's Grandmaster Chiyujo, mononymously known as Nemo. It's always fun when you get to go by one name. But wait. What
was the word you used? How
mononymously. A mononym.
Mononym. Oh, that's like one name.
Yeah.
Instead of two.
Like Pele.
Or like Prince.
Prince. Yeah.
Wow. I never knew that. That's super cool. I learn new things every day. I have the dream job.
Well, I'm glad I could help you out there, partner. And we have two players who, well, they can go by one name. I think Anish works. Everybody knows who that is. Grandmaster Giri and Maghsoodloo on the black side of this. So, Danya, this is a tough matchup for him. Anish, generally speaking, comes very well prepared. Now pause on move 3 from Param. What's going on here?
Well, there's a bunch of these sidelines in these kinds of positions as they transpose into a Catalan. And now, of course, a massive choice. The menu is like, you know, when you visit Amsterdam or these big European cities and you see the most touristy restaurants in all the squares with all of the pictures of the food, the menu is 15 pages long. That's the list of options the Black has in the Catalan. And Parham having a hard time choosing between the steak and the spaghetti.
I'm hungry. You keep talking about food.
Me too.
Gonna keep thinking about it, but he plays bishop b4 check variation, quickly respond to with bishop to d2, and then we get this system. So I think it's confusing for many. Why play bishop b4 just to go back to e7? But it's because the bishop on d2 is, generally speaking, thought of as misplaced there. And so that's why Black decides to sort of waste tempo and b4.
Wow, this is a very modern treatment of the position. Anish says, hey, you know what? You invited the beast to the party, and now you're going to regret it. Trying to put his bishop on d2 to good use.
Do you believe in this, Danya? I mean, b4 at first almost seems like a mouse slip, but b4 he gets away with it. If pawn took on c4, I guess that would have been the big question of trying to punish b4. But Anish knows his variation.
Listen, if I say no, I don't believe in it, and then Anish wins, that comment is not going to age well, and it's somehow going to end up on Twitter. So Anish is not going to let me get away with it. So
instead, you should just continue to compliment the flowers behind it.
Sorry, I'm listening to Alexa suggest that I should go for a walk.
Yeah, can you please take a walk? You're just making
the flowers have not yet been delivered to Sofiko or to Mrs. Giri.
Or
depending on who they're for,
or maybe they were for Niche,
just for himself. About flowers,
yeah.
Flowers
it brightens up his room,
as opposed to flowers for Algernon.
For Algernon, yeah, I thought you were going to make that reference. I didn't want to get into that right now. It's a bit heavy for the chess broadcast we're doing, but we can dissect that if you like. Are we talking about the short story or the longer work?
Okay, now I'm out of my league. I didn't even know there were two.
Okay. Well, we can talk about this another time.
I've only read the short story. Anyway, let's talk about White's queenside attack that's burgeoning and becoming quite unpleasant. On the other hand, White has sacrificed his development to achieve that pawn storm.
Yeah, and one of the things about this is if you ever play b takes c6, b takes c6, you actually open up the bishop on c8. So you do not want to rush that decision unless there's something concretely available for White, because that bishop on c8 is entombed by all of its pieces there. But as soon as bc happens, the bishop would go to a6 and already threaten c4 and threw that pawn all the way down to e2. So Anish needs to come up with a different move, maybe a knight a3, maybe even a rook move from a1. I don't like the look of that bishop on f6 staring down at the rook on a1. So a move like rook a2 is not entirely out of the question.
Obviously, this knight on e4 is incredibly annoying. White would like to get rid of it. The problem is that if you just play knight c3 and take on e4, the problem will almost metastasize, and then there will be a pawn in the knights. in the knight's place, and that could even be worse for white. So Anish, following your advice, playing knight a3. And I don't know if the knight's necessarily heading to b4 or it's just for the sake of development.
And, you know, the bishop on f6, the pawn on d4, the rook on a1, all in the same line, but c5 would be a huge mistake because then you lose sight of the d5 square and your center will completely collapse.
Yeah, for example, takes and something like, I don't know, knight c2, and look at all of these holes along the dark squares that black has created. Yeah, and the d5, it's not what you want. It says it's okay. I was thinking strategically that it's a mistake. And of course, the eval says, you don't know what you're talking about, that maybe the strategy is wrong, but practically, or I guess I should say objectively, it's okay. Barham's slipping a little bit on the clock, and it's not so easy for black to make a move because any little motion in the center, as you pointed out, creates a lot of weaknesses. No easy way to defend the bishop, and Barham with g7, g5, not mincing words. No, and it's actually a standard plan in these types of positions because the center is locked up. You may be told by your coaches, who are doing a great job, I'm not trying to take anything away from them, not to push pawns in front of your king. But while that may be standard practice, in this particular position, there's nothing wrong with it. There's no holes that white can exploit. It's not like white's going to be able to attack. So in fact, g5 to g4 becomes a threat undermining the defense of the d4 pawn. Right. And white just doesn't have the machinery right now to punish black for quote unquote opening up his king. Also, look at the amount of pieces that are, if necessary, ready to jump to the king's rescue. And it's way too early to talk about rescue. White has no attack. And I kind of like Parham's position in some ways, even though the eval bar seems to be skeptical. Yeah, it's hard to come up with exact plans here for white. Bishop to b4 is one option, though you may be inviting the move c5 as soon as you bring your bishop out there because the rook on a1 is loose. And he says, all right, go for c5. I'll sacrifice an exchange because you played g5. That's kind of a no-brainer. Yeah. It's the drawback of g5. Right. Because if you get rid of the bishop, then storm clouds, they start to gather around black's king. You kind of need this bishop for defensive purposes, as well as it's sort of anchoring black's entire position. And then white would love to line up a battery along the dark square. So c5, tempting from a tactical point of view, but strategically horrible. By the way, Parham just lost his connection, it looks like. Uh-oh. Yeah, I see that dreaded red bar. And it does look like his connection has dropped at a very inopportune moment. But off the screen from the viewers, but for us, we get a clear picture of those flowers in the back. We do. And of Anish Giri's, I don't know, Anish and Giri we're playing each other. Well, Parham needs to reconnect here. Hopefully his internet can stabilize. But right now, he's in a bit of a rough situation, down a couple minutes on the clock. We'll see what can be done on that front, but I hope he can make it back. Yeah, his time's starting to dwindle. He's at 5:45 right now, still hasn't reconnected. And this is becoming more problematic by the second. And, this position, if we talk about the chess, on the board here, we talked about c5. The rook can just move to e8 or f7. And it's not like you have to block the bishop. But I don't know. I like the look of this position for white. I just like the control over quite a lot of the center and the queen side. And I don't believe in a king side attack from black's point of view, whereas I could see the queen side advantage being heavily in white's favor. I think I underestimated it when I first looked at this position, but thinking about it from the perspective of white's queenside attack after rook c1, white is already prepared to take on d5 and open up the c file, then maybe infiltrate to c7 with the queen. I agree that white's queenside play holds a tremendous amount of promise, and a move like g5, g4, Robert, a lot of people would make this without thinking twice, but it creates another dark square hole, the square on f4, which is now accessible to white's knight. This could further exacerbate black's already quite flimsy position. And Parham seems to be back. Okay. Or is he? His connection seems there. He's probably thinking, trying to
figure out what to do.
Yeah, he also needs to decide what move to. Like he also has to think. By the way, you're playing Giri.
Yes, and he plays rook f7. He chooses that square, and as you were just pointing out, a rook c1, getting ready for opening of the center and the queen side. C takes d5 at any moment. That looks quite promising. So I'm feeling this position for Anish, and of course is leading the clock, in part aided by Parham's subpar internet connection. But I don't know.
Parham.
I don't see the exact way through here for Anish, even though I'm fond of his setup.
Is it one of those things where you heard the pun and chose to ignore it?
I wasn't trying to actually make a pun, but it just so happened that his name is Parham, and I said subpar. So,
Par.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. So rook f7. We'll just move on from there. Now, does Anish play rook c1, or is there anything else that catches your attention here for white? Maybe CD first and then
no, I don't like releasing. What benefit does white get by taking on d5 right now?
Well, if black plays ED, then I play rook c1 and I directly hit the c6 pawn.
Right. And
if you play CD, then I've already opened the c file. That can only be good for white, right?
But can black stop white from doing that exact thing, I guess is my question. Whoa.
What's a moot point? He's got a4, a5. My goodness.
He's trying to break down that pawn chain.
Oh, my lands. A6 is coming.
Mm-hmm. And if black plays a6 himself, oh, gosh.
Will there follow?
Yeah, it's some kind of CD5, B6 combination where white just controls the entire queen side.
Or even BC and queen a4, squeezing that queen in, chiseling white's way into the queen side. C6 will be under attack. Parham's clock now down to 3:45, cannot afford another disconnection here. And his position seems to be deteriorating as well. Maybe it's time for c5. Maybe that's the best the black can do, try to change the trend of the game.
Mm-hmm. But c5, your center might just collapse. And it's just such a difficult move to play in a stone wall structure when you have all these pawns on the light squares, because you play c5 and then at some moment c takes d5 happens and you could be in big trouble.
You can indeed. Parham ultimately deciding to play a6. And now a pretty big decision by Anish. You pointed out the idea of shoving that pawn down to b6, creating a potential stronghold on c7. If you can get a rook there, your decision will be justified. But if black can dry up the queen side, white may come to regret that move as well. So what is your intuition suggest? B6 or BC?
One of my questions is going to be, do I have to react at all? But I think the answer is yes. And so I would play BC. B6, I understand it looks like I have a clamp going on, but I would rather create legitimate problems for black.
And I would point out that black also does still have, this idea perhaps of pushing the H pawn down the board. You can't totally fall asleep on black's kingside play, right? You don't have forever.
Mm-hmm.
So Anish does choose not to respond. He goes rook c1.
And the bar went down a little bit. And I'm wondering if a takes b5 is a useful move for black to throw in, just because then that pawn a5 can become a target. But I mean, the rook on c1 is really happy about.
But if you can get this bishop out of commission, white's pawns are going to get real weak there. So bishop e7 maybe?
Bishop e7 is a great move, yes.
And after the trade, white also starts regretting moving the rook away from a1, not only because a5 is weak, but also because the knight is hanging. And you could end up just down a pawn here if you're not careful.
Yeah, no, that's actually a very direct line that shows why not taking on c6 was an error. And a takes b5, it just seems like a useful move, because if we took on c6 immediately, the rook on a8 staring into its own pawn, nothing to do, nothing to see there. Now after a b5, that rook stares at the a5 pawn, as you're pointing out, bishop e7 trades away the defender of that pawn. So the worst isn't necessarily completely behind black, because by trading dark square bishops, now you really don't like the e5 square because you're not covering it as well.
No, positionally, obviously, this is an incredibly committal decision, one that should not be made lightly. But if you miss the opportunity train on a takes b5, then white is ready to play bc, cd, open up the c file, and Parham goes g4.
And you can
the knight.
He plays knight e1 very quickly, and I think he's playing in part for time right now, but he could have taken other pawns because if gf, there's e takes f, hitting the knight on e4, and whatever else was going to be under attack by his initial move.
And look at this, knight d7 to b8, contorting himself, defending c6. And he is sort of threatening bishop e7, but now the added drawback of g4, Robert, is that the knight is poised to take over that e5 square should the occasion arise.
And f3 becomes an additional option for white. Remember, we were talking about how you don't push pawns in front of your king because it can make your king feel less safe. The king on g8 is okay for now, but f3 could open up that side of the board on unfavorable terms for black. I wouldn't do that right now, but I'm just throwing that out as a candidate idea.
I would consider a move like e3 a slightly slower approach. The problem there is f3 is no longer as effective. On the other hand, you're paving the way for the knight to migrate over to d3, a move that, if you play it immediately, would end up blundering the d4 pawn.
Good call. And knight b8, one of those retreating, undeveloping moves, and it's a reasonable try, just protecting the c6 pawn and also trying to get the knight to c6. C takes b5, followed by knight c6 is a viable plan.
The clock is ticking, figuratively and literally, for Anish, and in terms of his queenside play. Parham is on the cusp of solving some serious problems that have been plaguing him for the last 10 or 15 moves. Well, no, 15 moves. The game is 17 moves in, more like 10 moves. Should Anish consider playing f3?
You know, the more I look at the position and I'm not seeing much on the queen side, the more I like f3 because of gf, ef, the knight has to get out of e4. It's booted from there, but also the e6 pawn becomes a target. And that's the downside of playing a stone wall, that if the line opens up, you have a backwards pawn on e6. And so I do like f3 the more we talk about it.
And another benefit of playing f3 is that the knight can't really... Well, if you play ef, gf, knight g5, if we just make these moves really quickly, white traps the knight with h4. Now, maybe you didn't want to put the knight there anyway, and knight d6 is more natural. And Anish actually did play f3. This is happening. So let's go back to the game. This is the position on the board, and knight d6 has been played. Anish locking up the queen side with b6.
And there's no bishop e7. That's really important. That trading those bishops was good for black because the a5 pawn would become a target. And knight a6, it attacks the bishop. Great. But now a5 is safe and sound. You're pointing out the knight jumping forward, and black has no space at all.
The red carpet is unrolled for the knight. No space, as you pointed out. The light squared bishop is still disgustingly bad. And Anish has found a way to stabilize his queen side so that his pawns are not in danger. Parham doing everything he can here, as you're saying, to change the trend of the game, create counterplay.
And I think g4 should be the response, and then black play h5 in the style of a King's Indian, just opening up the position. But the issue is, while h5, h3, the bishop on g2 may look terrible, other things are going so well for white. The pawn e6 stuck in place, the bishop on c8 terrible, the knight a6 not really doing much. So, Daniel, one thing I want to point out is that if white ever does play h3, though, watch out for bishop h4 to g3, queen to h4. It's a bit of a long-term idea, but those dark squares are softened.
No, absolutely. White needs to be incredibly cautious. And what a decision by Parham. Knight c4, offering a trade of knights, which will obviously damage his pawn structure further, but it will create a serious target on d4, and it will prevent white's knight from moving on to d3. And of course, black is also threatening a fork, which makes knight takes c4 quite a bit more compelling.
Yeah, though giving up the d5 square as well after knight takes c4, it's not an easy choice. So all of a sudden, Parham finding life, and I love that move, knight c4.
Knight c4, what a mature, deep decision, understanding that there are factors more important than just the damaged pawn structure at play here.
And Anish, if he's worried about knight e3 and doesn't want to take on c4, he can play knight to c2. That's available to him. And then c5 becomes more attractive for black. So he does take on c4.
Okay. What is going to be his follow-up? Because rook d7 is coming fast.
And queen e2, bishop takes d4. Although losing the pawn d4 may not be the worst thing in the world.
No, because the d file opens up, and, you know, lest we forget, black's queen side is still entirely dormant and undeveloped.
And Anish down to 2 minutes himself, so that huge lead on the clock is no more. It's evening up quite a bit, and that pawn a5, it's protected for now. But I could see a future where there are issues there. And actually, knight c2, there might be knight c5 ideas. So you can simply play queen e2, just
And there he goes, giving up d4, opening up the d file.
hitting c4, and bishop d4. We see a swap, and then the king can
You
be
gotta
behind
do
h1.
it. You can't not take on d4, right? You're in too deep.
Yeah, because you're actually going to lose c4, which protects the d4 pawn as well. So you have to play bishop takes d4. I agree.
I mean, queen d5 might be an alternative, but that queen looks terribly awkward after knight c2. White repositions his pieces, defends everything. Parham down to 45 seconds, though. He's got to move. He's got to take d4.
But he's not happy about it. He just realizes the d file opening is going to cause other issues.
Yeah.
c4 is loose, f4 is overextended, and in the event of these trades here, right? I play c5. Yeah, he's losing the
Doesn't
thread.
go for it, and he's got 30 seconds now. Nothing to show for it. Rook d1 here looks pretty darn strong, unless I'm missing something. I guess there's e5.
Yeah, because you can't exploit the pin. What do you just play bishop d2 and then knight d3 and just play kind of natural moves?
Also knight f2, knight e4. That looks like a juicy outpost.
And Anish thinking he still has about a minute lead in the clock. He does play bishop d2. Retreating is strong here. Yeah, black's pawns are in miserable shape.
I just don't see Parham defending this, for 10, 15 moves with 20 seconds on the clock. His position's actually not all that terrible.
It just feels bad, man.
You're hilarious. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. I mean, the level of ingenuity and, sophistication of your commentary is too much to bear. Bishop e6, getting his bishop out, but Robert, this pawn is so weak.
Yes, but bishop back to d7. The bishop can go to c6.
Yes.
So where does white's queen belong?
And the knight on a6 isn't all that bad. It's controlling some very important squares. It's not allowing white's knight to jump into to c5 or to b4.
And there's that bishop on d5, though, hitting f3. Don't count on e4 as an idea for black, because at some point you can push e4, sacrifice pawn, then try to push f3. But as you're indicating, knight f2 covers that e4 square with all of your forces.
And another tactical detail, knight c5 would run into bishop b4. I thought knight f2 looked a little bit more natural. Is Anish repeating moves here? Bishop back to c6?
And then is he going to play queen b2 or something? I don't know.
Or rook takes c6 and b7?
Wow, that would have been something. So g5 here?
G5. Uh-oh.
This is really bad news for black. h4, the king side is closed, and the bishop on g2 became a bishop again. It can go to h3.
And now it's another splinter in black's position. Parham's falling apart at the seams here. He's also got 7 seconds.
Oh,
one last try.
He wants fe4, f3, queen takes d5, and queen g3.
Yeah, but is there bishop takes f4?
Oh, what a move that is.
Just cold-blooded, snapping everything off the board.
That's a huge move right here because the bishop on d5 is loose, so you can't get 2 pieces for a rook.
But Anish going for f takes e4, and a little bit of hope here for Parham. Don't shovel dirt on him yet.
Yeah, that queen g3 idea is really scary.
And Anish down to 30 seconds. He's got to maintain his composure. I'm not sure what the best defensive move is here.
Queen d5 is possible. Queen g3, knight f4.
But then f2.
And then I just go king f1, I thought.
Oh, but then I take it. Or it's a game. I guess you got just 15 seconds.
Uh-oh. Anish calculating here?
I think he's got to go queen takes c5. I don't see another move.
He plays it. Wow.
Okay. Queen g3, knight
f2
goes for that line.
f2, if king h1, queen takes h4 check is a bit of a problem.
King f1. And then the threat of g6, Robert, I think is devastating.
But king f1 walking into a pin, even though the rook is pinned. Oh, it's a mistake.
Oh my God.
He had to go king h1.
Oh, here's the thing. You can't go g6 because of queen takes g6. And it's a pin, and Parham's going to turn this around and win.
And knight b4, what a move, because the bishop takes the knight f4 is hanging.
And then all of a sudden, black has developed a devastating attack with a mate threat. It's over.
That was the quickest turnaround that we have seen.
So he had to play king h1, I guess.
Oh my gosh, walking into queen takes h4 check, but still, look at this. Now it's just done. Bishop
this
d4.
Is unbelievable as Anish lets his time run out. King f1, what could be less natural than walking into a check? And yet, this was the only winning line because here the king is actually safe and there's no stopping g6. Unreal.
Yeah, you do something that you never, ever want to do is allow a capture with check. And yet it's just one pawn. The rest of the board is in white's favor, and the king can't escape that pin without losing material. So, wow, what a turn of events that was. Parham lost connection. He never lost hope. And we saw the jubilation. The ecstatic Parham Maghsoodloo moves on to the semifinals here at the Rapid Chess Championship Knockout. And Danya, I think that means we're set for the semifinals. So you and I will head to a quick break, and when we return, we will have Vidit Gujrathi and Hikaru Nakamura fighting for a spot in the finals.
Blue check marks. Everybody loves blue check marks. Chess.com is excited to launch its own blue check mark today with our verified members program. And for the first time, for any online platform anywhere, there will be a transparent and clear process to how you become verified and get that blue check mark. Any Chess.com member can become verified by having their account linked to a real identity with a unique payment form and SMS held privately in their profile. Most importantly, applicants must pass a comprehensive fair play screening in order to get verified. All right, but besides the blue check mark, why should you become verified? First and foremost, all verified players are eligible to play in the Chess.com Global Championship. With $1 million in prizes, including regular cash prizes for non-titled members, this massive and historic event has but one cost of entry, your $15 verification fee in order to become verified. Additionally, other verified benefits will include access to regular verified-only events, listing on verified-only leaderboards, priority pairings against other verified-only members, and more. To learn more about how to become verified, if you're watching this during one of our live shows, use the command verified in chat, or if you're watching it anywhere else, go to chess.com/verified today and go get that beautiful butterfly. Blue check mark. What is going on here? Hey, Elon. Yeah, no, you saw the news. I know you like buying companies with blue check marks, but we're not for sale. Dude, do you even know how to move the pieces? All right. We're going to get back to this later. I got to record a video. Thanks, buddy. Elon.
Our 4 semifinalists are set, and we're going to start with a matchup on the left-hand side of your screen. It's 2 of the biggest chess content creators on the globe. We have Vidit Gujrathi. He'll get the black pieces, the 8th seed. He takes on Hikaru Nakamura, who gets white. And Danya, game 1 for these players. Hikaru had maybe a slightly worse position, nothing major. He was the beneficiary of a very surprising slip by Demchenko, who just didn't recall that his knight f6 was loose. And then for Vida Gujrathi, that was a game where he was maybe slightly worse. He defended accurately. And then when Sevian continued to play for a win, it was Vida in the end who ended up on top.
And Vidit's path was indeed harrowing, defeating Sam Sevian, who scored 7.5 out of 9. An excellent game, cold-blooded in the end game, but he's going to have to manage his time a little bit better against Nakamura. And he's going to have to follow in Demchenko's footsteps in terms of disarming this incredibly dangerous knight f3 setup that has brought Hikaru so much success in the RCC.
Well, last week, Vida Gujrathi showed stellar preparation where he brought his knight out to c6 and made a move pawn f6, not a move you see very often in early stage at a super grandmaster level, but it was excellent preparation by Vida. He did not win the game. He tweeted about it afterwards where he was disappointed about losing that game. But here, instead, he plays knight f6 early on. So, Danya, is Nakamura going to go for his b3 stuff?
Is Nakamura going to go for his b3 stuff? Robert Hess asked as Hikaru played b3 and Vidit. But Robert, I feel like after c takes d4, I'm a little bit surprised at the fact that Hikaru, is he going to put his bishop on b2 and it's Stephen staring at the pawn? Lone pine. Whoa, e5? Are you trusting this setup by Hikaru?
I know you brought Yasser into the commentary equation, but Yasser would not be able to look at this position. I mean, Black has what?
We've seen some very dubious openings from the white side. First, Vladimir Fedoseev. And both of Hikaru's openings, the one against Demchenko, I think was really good preparation by Anton. But here, Hikaru has clearly messed something up. After knight c6, Vida might be thinking, is this too good to be true?
The answer is it's just great for Black. And okay, minus 1.5, that seems extreme. We like Black's position. Essentially, you've had a free turn because you got to play e5 and that knight went knight f3, knight takes d4, knight back to f3. It's moved 3 times already. And Black will have full development, will castle and the stronger center.
And I'll make a small sports comparison. I think this is similar to one team, let's say, having a 15-point lead over the other team in the first quarter, right? If you have a 15-point lead over the Warriors, great, but you kind of know you're not going to keep it, right? You know that they're going to make a run at some point. So Black is better, but Vidit will have to play with the utmost accuracy in order to maintain a big advantage. And I like this check on b4. He's developing with tempo, trying to induce the awkward and weakening move c3, which might be necessary for White to develop.
And 15 points, I feel like that's extreme, though. I just got to say that. 15 points, team up 15 must win such a large majority of the time, whereas being at -1, we've seen Hikaru.
Okay, 10. I'll concede.
How about 7?
You're such a demagogue. That's what my grandmother used to call me when I was just arguing unnecessary points. Demagogue.
I think every point is important, Danya, especially when you gift somebody 15. But C3, look at that bishop on B2. It looks unpleasant, and yet Hikaru's going to fully develop. He may be able to strike with C4 at some point. Is it that bad for White?
Not any. I mean, I think knight bd2, bishop e2 castles, and like you said, if White can get c4 in, it'll be a while before White can contend for anything more than a just slightly worse position. But the first order of business for Hikaru is to complete his development, which is not necessarily a given in a position like this where d4 is very much on the table if White is not careful.
Right. There's a pin, the king's still in the center there, and even figuring out where to develop the light squared bishop, because you can play bishop b5, which threatens to win that pawn e5, or you can just sit calmly on e2, which is passive but solid. And he goes for the more active approach, but as you can see, based on the eval bar's reaction, it was the worst of the two options. And Black could probably just castle.
Yeah, Black absolutely should castle. That's very much in the spirit of the position. And while Vidit is thinking, we can just pull up the analysis board for a second here, because this is a very instructive line, Robert, where it looks like White's attacking c6, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Black has this move queen e8, defending it with tempo, and then getting the bishop out, not to a7, but to a6. But Vidit doesn't go for it. He goes e4. Okay, I can see what he's going for. He's trying to go knight e5, I think, and get control of these light squares.
And if those light
Make of that.
Yeah, if those light square bishops come off, then that's a great plan. If white takes on c6, after b takes c6, you help fortify the pawn on d5. You are capturing towards the center. That should be favorable for black. And yet Hikaru goes for it and says, I'm going to drop my bishop back, likely to e2. Now you don't have any g4 jump. So a move like knight g4 would have been very annoying. As you're pointing out, c4 eventually will be a way for white to chisel and black center. And I would even consider move h5 right now. He castles, but I would have thought of playing h5 to try to advance on the king side.
Yeah, because if Vidit allows c4, I know it sounds crazy, but we could already start talking about, white contending for an advantage. I mean, black center is pretty flimsy, and somehow Hikaru has managed to position himself remarkably well, given how this game started. Maybe bishop, I think Vidit is going head first into a position where he's relinquished a lot of his advantage.
And knight g4 would be a very, and look at this, it's already just level at this point.
Knight a3, c4, I mean.
But if we just go back a few turns, I just want to show that h5 idea and what my thought process was. I would like to bring a knight to g4, yes, but I can also take the lift, rook h6, rook g6, and start attacking the king side. White does not have pieces over there defending, and black king can always castle by hand. King f8, king g8 if you're ever too afraid to remain in the center. So I like the look of the rook lift advancing on the king side and creating problems for white.
I think that was a great point. The only thing I'd say is that I calculated in the distance between h8 and g6 would be cheaper traveled in an Uber. But other than that, you're correct.
Well, I'm glad the prices are not surging, but here knight to d2 happened. And Darren, that's an interesting moment. When we went back to the analysis board, it was about even. Now after knight d2, it's saying that black once again is better. So c4 immediately, for some reason, was needed to be played, and then white would have been closer to level.
Well, I think one of the issues perhaps with knight d2 is that after c4, the knight is sort of neither here nor there, right? It's sort of in the way. And not only is it pressured by the bishop, but it's preventing, in some cases, the queen from moving up to d4. You would like the knight to get to d4 somehow, but you can't play both c4 and b4. If you play b4, you send the bishop on a very dangerous square where Vidit might like to go there anyway, and you take a lot of the sting out of c4. So this actually still looks pretty pleasant for Vidit.
Yes, and actually c4, there could even be bishop takes d2, not entirely out of the question, trying to encourage a queen trade down the d file and then seizing control of that open lane. But right now, Hikaru thinking that may mean he's not going to play c4. But if white doesn't play c4 right now, how is black going to take advantage of the closed position?
Well, I think the idea of building a battery against white's king, and white's king is not alone. It's not that weak, but after bishop c7 and queen d6, white already has to make a very serious weakness, right? But don't start with queen d6 because of knight c4.
Ooh,
that's easy
nasty
to miss.
Yeah, the queen is loose on d6, and that would be a fork. And he was c5.
I actually really like that move. That's an antidote to c4, which will now meet with d4.
Oh my goodness. And you know why I was not thinking about that? You look at we like pawn chains. We like pawns protecting one another. If c4 happens, I would like to capture back on d5 with a pawn. Now after c4, if white had a second turn, c takes d5, and that's a problem for black structure. But after c4, as you're pointing out, black has the move d5 to d4. It's all defended there, and that is terrible news for white.
And that means Hikaru's rook on c1 now just kind of looks dumb. Maybe white should go for a3 and b4, try to carve out that d4 square for the knight. Hikaru going b4 straight away. And that's a really, really good, that is a money move right there.
Yeah, that is one of those super GM finds where you give up a pawn, but look at the bishop on b2. That's not just a bishop, that's a sniper there from the queen side. The d4 square under white's control. The c file is looking pleasant and just giving yourself more squares. And watch out for a queen d4, especially if that rook ever leaves a8. The pawn on a7 could become a target in addition to some checkmating ideas down towards the king side.
Am I crazy to say that white has essentially full-fledged compensation for the pawn?
Yeah, you're not crazy at all. It looks good for white. I mean, think about that. Right. The d4 square is now available, and you can put a knight on c5. And if black ever has to part with a bishop for that knight, especially the dark square bishop, Look at that bishop on b2 again. That is the best piece on the board.
You know, I wouldn't trade that dark squared bishop for a knight if there was a knife to my throat. I mean, you cannot afford to give up a monopoly on the dark squares, especially given the possibility of white's queen coming to d4, and considering the fact that black's dark squared bishop is really the only piece capable of producing an attack against white's king, and you need to keep those chances alive as Hikaru slams down his rook on c6.
And he's opening up the idea of bishop takes f6. I know you don't want to give up that bishop, but if it hurts the pawn structure on the king side, it might be worth it. And that's because the queen needs to stay defending that bishop on d6.
That's a pesky, annoying move to deal with. And Vidit now falling a little bit behind on the clock. That's still not really a factor. And guess what? That rook is not that easy to smoke out of there. Like queen d7 allows bishop b5 or knight d4. Rook c8, rook a6. Somehow that rook is surprisingly stable on c6, even without any ostensible support.
I was about to ask you how scary is bishop takes f6, g takes f6, and then Vidit plays queen b8 because he's aiming at the h2 pawn, and he can play bishop to e5, trying to trade off that great dark square bishop. So
well, there it is.
Yeah, the position is now definitely not balanced. Black's up a pawn, but with a less safe king. Black has the bishop pair, but that bishop on e6 is really just a defensive piece for now. Which side would you take here? I would take white.
I would take white. I agree, but on the other hand, if black can get a lot of pieces off the board, if black can get a pair of rooks and the queens off the board, park this bishop on e5 and disarm the possibility of knight d4, and we could start talking about, you know, even black being better there. So Hikaru has to be very insistent on keeping a lot of pieces on the board, which is exactly what he's doing with his last move, rook a6. But the eval bar not approving of it.
So bishop e5 is tempting, and in the event of bishop g4, trying to open up black's king even more, there is this move f5, so we shouldn't count that move out. I know black doesn't have too many pieces towards the king side, but with that bishop on e5, it just covers that diagonal, and then the queen can work its way back towards the black king.
But all good things here start with the move bishop e5, getting it away from the purview of the rook, and aiming at the d4 square, trying to take the sting out of knight d4. Vidit taking his time here.
And something that's really important as it relates to doubled pawns is the square in front of them. So the f5 square, imagine these bishops weren't there. So let's just, in our heads, take off e2 and e6, then knight d4 and knight f5 is just game over. Like if we got something like this, the knight comes to f5, it's just done. And that's why, you know, even ignoring the checkmate attack, it's just a situation where strategically—
That's not the point you're trying to make.
Yeah, strategically, black is toast. So we see bishop e5 played, and if bishop g4 happens, now f5 says, no, I'm not trading those pieces because I do not want to give you the f5 square. And the black queen will go to b7, over to e7, towards the black king to make it feel much safer.
F5 is best accompanied with a Dikembe Mutombo finger wag. No, you're not getting my dark square bishop off the board. And this bishop is really the cog that makes the whole machine run. It's defending d5. As you said, it's controlling the critical f5 square. Can white play knight d4 anyway? Would black entertain a trade followed by something like queen e5?
For sure, because if that queen gets to e5, you're not going to checkmate my king. And then the rook on c8 is perfectly placed. I already feel like I was overestimating white's position, and I do say that, you know, it wasn't just the Hikaru effect of thinking like Hikaru is white, he'll create something. I just felt like with the black king being a little less safe and that rook being active, but Vidit has an amazing job of parrying the immediate threats. And f5 here, he plays it, and he needs to bring that queen, I think. Maybe bishop g7, queen e5 even, but
a
bishop...
very...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say an ingenious idea by Hikaru to try to pressure the f5 pawn, but continue.
I'm just trying to figure out where this black queen goes. Do I go via b5 to d7, something like that? Should I bring the queen to e5 by moving my bishop away from the e5 square? But at bishop g7 and then queen e5 will run right into knight d4, which I don't really want to see.
Exactly. And white's immediate threat here is queen h5. You cannot afford to lose the pawn. Rook c4 by Vidit. I think he wants to repark the queen on c8. Just get out of my spot. That's reserved for the BMW.
Yeah,
He's going to put his queen on c8.
that's a nice move. And he can later put his queen on d7 if he wants that rook out of a8. But white can only increase the pressure on f5 so much. So yeah, the queen's going to come to h5, 2 pieces attack, 2 pieces defend, and that's enough for Vidit.
And now it's like that infuriating sensation, and the volume is at 100, but it's still quiet. White cannot really increase the pressure, as you indicated, but now Hikaru picking on the d5 pawn.
Wait, rook takes d5.
Oh my god, rook takes d5! Oh! He walked right into, wait, bishop d5, bishop f5, queen g8, and bishop h7? Is that the tactic?
Yeah, that looks available.
Oh my lands. Should I show this?
Yes.
Takes. Now it looks like black defends with queen g8. Black's up a full rook. Whoop! Bishop h7. Unbelievable. And he doesn't see it.
And
you take everything.
It's just 2 pawns and a knight for a rook, and black has a terrible king. So that was a missed tactical opportunity for Hikaru. He plays rook to d1.
Still better.
Yeah, because he's just
completely underestimated the danger here.
He's just going to take on d5. So instead of king to h8, I wonder what he should have started with, because rook d1 is going to be an option, it seems, anyway. So maybe...
Get the rook off of a5 at all costs, I think.
So bishop c3.
Get it out of there. So you don't have to worry about the constant problem of the sacrifice on d5, and now that it's going to lose. And that's how quickly it turns around against Hikaru. Both of his games, Robert. It's too early to bury Vidit, but this is all of a sudden looking unbelievably grim. The landscape, it's like the weather here in the south. It's like, it's sunny, you know, everything's happy 1 second, and then the sky is gray, and there's thunder on the next.
And rook takes d5 is happening next move, and that way you're only sacrificing an exchange, not a full rook, and f5 will be loose after that. So what move can black even play here? It says it's not winning for white right now. It looks terrible for black all of a sudden.
F6 apparently.
Oh, come on. It makes a lot of sense though. But come on.
And then white sacrifices the exchange anyway on d5. That looks so miserable. Vidit also down to 90 seconds. And it appears that the game is once again slipping away from him for the second week in a row.
The more you look at f6, the more it makes sense. Clearing the 7th rank so you can bring your rook back to c7 and defend against checkmate.
Right.
Okay, I buy it.
No, he's got to play it within the next couple of seconds. I just feel like Vidit is losing the thread here completely. He's
down under a minute. Besides f6, what moves come to mind? I mean, f6 is not an easy move to play. He plays bishop c3, but it's too late.
Rook d5. Now definitely rook takes d5.
Yeah. For sure.
It's just bishop f5, and white is just tearing him apart. And it's very important, Robert, to point out this isn't forced. It's not like white wins in 2 moves. It's the combination of factors, right? The massive pressure on h7, the light square dominance, just the overall control over the position, and the abundance of weaknesses in black's position. All of it taken together render black's position indefensible.
And sometimes the problem with being up material is you just don't have anything left to attack. So black technically is up a rook for a knight and a pawn. And as you're pointing out, knight c5 to join the party. This queen can move back to h4, throwing a bishop takes h7 ideas, followed by rook h5. Goes queen g7, and knight c5 is...
Knight c5 looks pretty watertight. The king always has luft.
And there it is. Yeah, this is... I can't even suggest a few more moves. It just feels like...
This is resignable.
Mm-hmm.
And rook e8, the sad thing, that didn't even defend the pawn because of the back rank mate.
And now knight takes f6 with a threat because h7... Oh gosh, don't do that. Rook d7.
Oh, knight d6, rook f7. I think that's how the game is going to end. Rook e8, knight d6 takes, and rook f7.
Looks pretty winning. It's as winning as winning gets.
My goodness, Robert. Both games, Hikaru turning it around in the span of a breath. That's how quickly things Took a 180.
And that's also why certain opening advantages based on the evaluation bar and the engine, it can be misleading because it was better for Vidit, but it wasn't clear. There was not like a target that he could exploit. He just had a lead in development. He had a stronger center. But as White was able to castle and coordinate the pieces and then move that eventually B4, not even C4, that was a well-timed move by Hikaru. And if not for B4, I thought Vidit would have been very happy about his position. B4 was really nice.
And another thing that's hard about playing with those kinds of advantages, right? You know you're better, but you've got such a vast menu of options.
Oh,
what?
Wait,
what? Rook H.
Oh my gosh! What a move by Vidit!
Oh my God, he's just turned it around.
Oh my, what an unexpected move.
Oh my God, I completely missed that. That didn't even occur to me in my wildest dreams.
And it's losing now because your queen can't move without losing the rook on F7.
That's unbelievable. And you couldn't take it with the pawn because of the pin. And now Vidit is up a rook and he should be able to win this game.
Oh my God.
Hikaru now recover with 3 pawns for the rook.
And there's increment. So that's huge for Vidit. You got 14 seconds. He can just put all his pieces in dark squares. Queen G7, rook F8. You know, the bishop's going to obviously stay in a dark square because it can't leave it. But now Vidit should not have any real danger in his position. Queen F7.
Bishop
oh no,
G7,
Queen F7
what
blunders.
Hikaru is doing.
Bishop A1.
G7, Bishop H7. He doesn't see what to do. He goes Bishop C3, escaping.
Bishop E1's a threat.
Uh-oh.
How did that happen? I can't get over it.
Oh my goodness. This is unreal. Rook H4 with no time on the clock. Where did that come from?
Queen F6. And I mean, you might have to play F4 at some point for White, but that's not a pleasant move to play either.
But Hikaru immediately switching to recovery mode. He's holding strong for the time being.
Yes. And Queen G4, there's Bishop E1. So that queen needs to stop Bishop E1.
This is not easy to win, though. As long as White can keep Black's pieces away from the back rank, Black's king is always going to be in trouble.
2 seconds
for
gotta
that
move.
Oh my God, he's really cutting it close.
And I wonder if Vidit would be okay with the draw, but no, he can't be. He's up a rook for a few pawns.
Not at this point. He's maybe get the bishop back to B6, but are you really prepping a sacrifice on E3? I don't think so.
I think he's
checking Queen E1, maybe.
Oh my goodness, then
Queen B2.
Then Bishop C3.
Queen C2.
Then Queen E2. You force the queens off.
That's unbelievable. And Vidit, he has to spend every second that Hikaru is thinking to calculate these lines. Queen A1.
Go. Queen A1. Okay,
he missed it.
He drops back. Understandable. Rook E8. He's gonna probably put his rook on E7 to free up his queen.
Or he's repeating moves to gain a little bit of time. Not much, but something.
He is cutting down this time deficit. Rook E7. Okay, you gotta move.
1 second. Oh my lands.
I don't like this for me. It like makes me nervous. I'm not even playing.
For our hearts.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And anytime the H7 pawn is exposed like this, that's when I start getting nervous. Hikaru will find a way. He goes back to F3 with his bishop. Vidit has made 0 progress.
Yeah, absolutely none.
0. And it's hard. I mean, it's very hard to make progress here. Hikaru is so solid.
Yes.
But he's got to keep trying.
Bishop DC. He's making small little moves here as Vidit. Okay, Bishop E5 back in front of the diagonal.
Maybe go A5 to avoid repetition problems.
Yes, that's a good idea at some point, but he wants his rook coming down to D2. Bishop C3. Can you go rook D2 now?
I think it was time. Bishop C3 is weird. That exposes his backside. Hikaru infiltrating.
And rook back to F8, so the queen can't take A7.
Queen back to E4. A5.
A5, there's your Bishop E1 maybe? There it is. And Queen E4, Queen B2.
Is Hikaru and Zugzwang? Oh my God. G4? He goes to H4, but now H6.
Yeah. And H5 and then?
Just like, Vidit needs a waiting move, but he doesn't have one. Maybe Rook F7.
And then King G7, just get your king out of there.
Rook F7. Oh my goodness. Queen D5 though.
King G7?
Yup. And then Queen B2. He's almost ready to play. Check by Hikaru. He wants to check on G4.
Yes, that's annoying. Hikaru do everything he can.
Holding this.
And, don't take your F to H7 square because at some point Bishop E4 will be a problem. Not now because F2 is hanging with check.
And I think he's paving the way for Queen B2. But then Queen G6.
Oh my goodness. Hikaru's just not letting him infiltrate.
No, but the time deficit, you pointed it out earlier, it's been brought down almost completely.
And it's obviously harder for Hikaru to play this position. He's down a rook.
Of course. But careful about repetition. Vidit cutting it very, very close. I feel like this is a 2-time repetition.
Yeah, Queen F5. Okay, he's got the dark squares covered. Bishop G7.
C6 attacking H6.
How is he going to get his rook in the game?
I would play Queen C2. I would go start with that move.
Oh, and he does so. And A4 is hanging. Let's not forget about that.
Uh-oh. Hikaru defends it.
Rook B8. But there's no
infiltrate.
But you can't leave. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. And he could think about rook takes F3, but I don't think that's winning.
And he's back to home base here, but Queen D1, he's got Hikaru on his back foot now as he infiltrates with his rook.
Oh, and it's Queen. Oh my gosh.
So close.
Oh my goodness. Queen D7.
That
rook
was
B8.
the only move.
He goes here. Rook F.
Bishop C3, but then he exposes his backside.
Yo, 2 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Repetition.
I don't know. I guess not.
1 second to get move.
Oh my gosh.
Rook B8, rook B2.
Queen C7. Where is he gonna get in from?
I think he just should make a draw. I mean, he's got to get so close.
Rook B8. Rook B8. Oh my gosh.
Chance to get to B2. Rook B8.
Queen
back
B4.
to B4.
Okay, Queen C6 again. And then Queen D2.
Down to 14 seconds.
Watch out for Bishop E4.
G6.
Watch out for Bishop E4.
Oh my God. King G8. King G8.
Oh my gosh.
It's a draw. No, I wouldn't do that.
Wait.
Oh my God.
He's running.
Like for the win. Rook F8.
No, the Queen E6.
King D8.
Oh my gosh.
Bishop C6.
This is the craziest game.
This is the nuttiest game I've ever seen. Queen E7, maybe?
Bishop E5. Okay, he plays it.
All hands on deck for Vidit.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, but he gave
Queen
up
E6.
this one.
Queen E6.
Queen E6. Win your move.
What? What was that?
Queen E2. He's taking the bishop.
Oh, okay.
Check on D1. Oh, that was a bad move by Vidit. He should have checked on D1. I'm like halfway back in my chair.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to do. I mean, it's such a hard position. King D7. One second.
Oh my God.
Move your king.
Move your king. Make a draw. Hikaru playing for the win though. Queen G4.
Okay, Queen C4.
Oh my God. Queen A2.
Queen back to D5 is going.
But Hikaru will play King F3 and then Queen E4, I think.
Okay, Queen A1. You're protecting everything.
Oh my God. Don't go King H3 though.
King D6. Can Black play for a win somehow? King D6 run to the
either side. King F3 though, I thought. And
oh my goodness. Oh my god.
That might have been the craziest game in RCC history. And the great thing is we're about to have another one right after this one.
Rook H4 though? I mean, that feels like a lifetime ago, but what a save from Vidit. We were talking about this exact line with Knight to 6, Rook takes F7, and then the eval bar tanked because of Rook H4.
And the thing is, Vidit is upset, but I don't think he had any clear win in that position upright. There was never a moment when he had a forced win. I'm sure that with more time, he would have found the right setup, but he shouldn't be too hard on himself. Hikaru with an amazing defense there and recovery, but a new lease on life for the Indian Grandmaster, and now a 3+1 game to decide the winner of this epic match.
And Vidit didn't make his first move for a few seconds. That probably won't be that big of a deal, but be vigilant for these things. D5, and he going for Catalan a la Anish Giri against Parham.
Vidit Lent. Okay. I'm sorry. This is unbelievable. And B5 again by Hikaru, his patented Catalan setup.
I actually really like this in terms of a blitz game from the white perspective, because I think that at best Black equalizes in these type of positions. There's no real tactical concerns from white's perspective.
Right. And both sides blitzing out a line that Hikaru played against Fedoseev, I remember a couple of weeks ago. Vidit the first to take a think. This is very drawish, Robert. We might have a bullet game before we know it.
And this position, I remember, was played in the Grand Prix, the FIDE Grand Prix by Oparin and Fedoseev. So this has been a very popular line in the highest levels of chess. And if you look at the position down in the bishop on D5, it's a little awkward. Like, wait, would you really want to give up that bishop for a knight? And the answer is there aren't that many pieces remaining. Black's very active in this position. That knight on B8 is about to develop. So he does take this piece. And how do you take back?
Well, normally you take back with a knight. The problem with taking back with a pawn, which I think would tempt a lot of people, is that would create other weak squares like F5, Hikaru taking with the knight, hitting white's bishop, and maybe you just drop it back to d2 and secure the bishop pair. I don't know.
Is knight g5 possible? He just drops back like you were suggesting, but I was wondering if knight g5 just was getting a little tricky over on the king side, but not worth exploring. Says Vidit, bishop d2, and what now?
c1.
Yeah.
The knight creeps over to b6. Hikaru's still over 3 minutes. That's a big deal here.
Yeah, Hikaru just knows these positions inside and out, and whatever slight advantage white hopes to have here, it doesn't look like enough to play for more than a half point.
And the time control is 3+2, so you still have a 2-second increment, but that might not matter if you get too far behind on the clock. And Vidit is doing just that. He goes e3, trying to blunt the queen and creates weaknesses.
And bishop f1, trying to go after that c4 pawn as well.
Genius.
So knight b4 to d3 is what immediately comes to mind, but there's queen a4 ideas with the knight in d7 being loose. Both sides need to be careful here.
And white's not really risking here, because anytime you want to bail out, you can kind of grab on b4, right?
True. Very
So
true.
a very practical choice by Vidit here to play into this line. And now it's Hikaru's turn to go into the tank. Will he play bishop f6 maybe?
Then I feel like bishop invites e4, but e4 isn't that scary, because when I see the bishop there, I want to like push my pawn up the board, but then it goes to b4 as you're pointing out. So
Right.
nothing there.
Vidit continues to ponder his next move. Bishop f1 makes sense to me. Something like g4 could also be considered, but Hikaru could just respond with g6.
Yeah. So he goes bishop f1, and if knight goes to b6, is there at some point a b3 type of move? Probably not, because black has c3, but I'm just starting to look at some hanging pieces, some pins on the c file, and
Well, I would say the appeal of e4 is now significantly increased, because bishop e3 could be a possibility later on. I think Vidit should play this move quickly if he's going to play it.
And after knight b4 there, are you going to just move your
drop
queen?
the queen back.
Okay. I can get behind that.
The clock, though. Look at the clock. Hikaru's up a full minute. He goes queen b1 first, taking the sting out of knight b4. He's definitely preparing e4.
I actually really like queen b1, because there's no clarity for black. If e4, you know knight b4 is happening, and then at least there's more weaknesses in white's position. Now the pawn still remains on e3, blunting that queen on c5, taking control of important squares. So what's black's move here? Because knight b4, the queen can even think about venturing to e4 at some point for white.
It's not that easy for black to find a move. And Hikaru cannot afford to lose the c-pawn. If he loses the c-pawn, white's just going to be left with a passer and the two bishops, and there will be trouble. The clock beginning to equalize here. Hikaru trying to play as accurately as possible in this very important moment. c3 also needs to be calculated.
Although pawn takes c3,
Knight takes c3, and then I guess queen b3.
or I just take on c3 twice because b6 is loose.
Oh, good call, good call. Bishop back to e7 goes Hikaru.
Okay, and e4 with bishop e3 to follow. That probably wins the c4 pawn.
It does, and I think that's why Hikaru played bishop e7. Maybe he's getting ready to repurpose his bishop to this diagonal to attack f2.
It's a good call. And can you play like e4 and b3 type of stuff? That's what I'm wondering as well. Knight e5, I didn't even look at that.
But good.
Knight e5 is a great move.
Pawn.
Wait a second, the bishop was doing a really important job of stopping knight e5. So knight e5, I don't see a drawback.
95, but Vidit, and he plays it.
Oh,
He's
gosh.
playing an amazing game, but he's got 42 seconds.
But that pawn can't be defended, right?
I don't see a way to defend it. I mean, c3,
Just
Hikaru
take
tries
it.
to give it away on his terms.
Take with the pawn. You could take with the bishop as well. It looks like you're hanging your knight on e5, but after bishop c3, knight c3, pawn takes queen e5. The b6 knight was hanging, so he just takes with the
Why
pawn.
not keep the two bishops?
I'm with you. I completely agree. And now knight where?
He's got to make a decision. He's now under half a minute.
Yeah, too low on the clock against Hikaru Nakamura.
He's cutting it way too close. He's down to 18 seconds. He can't. He's frozen.
I actually checked I checked his camera to make sure he wasn't actually frozen, because Parham Part 2 would not be good when you have 50
Right,
seconds.
especially not now. He's up a pawn. He is in the driver's seat, but not on the clock. And Hikaru has activated his knights.
And you know that it's nervous and knight takes e3 at some moment. Like if you're not really careful, that shot happens and your king gets exposed.
Goes knight db6 to supporting the knight on c4, trying to clog up that c-pawn as much as possible. Vidit activating his queen.
Great move, queen. Oh, I don't like e5 because the light squares it gives control of to the light square bishop. Bishop h3
now
is
rook
possible.
d1.
Oh, I like
Getting
that
the
a
rook
lot.
active. 12 seconds for Vidit. 1 minute for Hikaru as he goes back to d6.
Queen b3, all right.
Then the other knight's turn to come to d4.
And rook b8 is about to happen.
Uh-oh.
And he's not moving. He's got to go.
5 seconds.
Oh, knight
Price
d2.
knight's great move.
Yeah, because rook b8 is queen a4. No, then there's knight b2. So where's that queen going?
c2, I guess, but then rook b2.
And then I guess the queen just keeps moving away, and d2 is defended a million times.
Vidit's not really risking, but anything can happen in this time pressure. Hikaru now dropping on the clock as well.
And where can Hikaru go beside knight a5 is possible? Just keep more pieces on the board. Rook b8, okay.
Rook b8. Now it's so easy to miss this fork, but Vidit remains on top. Queen c2.
And if rook b2, then queen c1, and that rook is loose there on the b2 square. So you have to be very careful right now for Hikaru.
Although you could move it back to b8 there, so it's not the end of the world as he decides to trade on d2.
c4, anybody?
C4. Rook
Push
b2
it.
though.
Rook b2, queen c1. And if you play rook c8, there's still c5.
And now rook b1, I think, because you can't take on c4 at the end of the line, and he finds that too.
That's
Bishop
really
b4.
bishop b4. Oh my goodness, c5.
Hikaru's finger is starting to slip away from the ledge, and he's up 2 pawns now.
And a very safe king for white, and that bishop gets to d5. Watch out for the black king.
And the possibility of playing quickly. Hikaru with no clear way to set threats. He's got to pull off another miracle comeback here.
And bishop h3 to e6 is another threat. The rook on b7, very dangerous.
h4 could be thrown in, although that could backfire. 4 seconds.
Queen d5, he's playing this simply. He's like, I don't want to be any dangerous trade queens. I'm up 2 pawns. If I don't win, it's going to be a miracle, save for a card. But f4 is available.
Bishop e6.
Okay, but rook c7? How? No, that has to be good for white.
That has to be winning. Rook c1 check by Hikaru. King back to f8.
Okay, f4 is the time.
E4, I think he's got to do it.
He was bishop d7. He just wants the bishop on the other side.
Okay, so he repositions his, but look at Hikaru activating his rook.
Ooh, I don't know if I love that move at all.
Because f2 is now very weak.
And he took away
h2.
He took away his possibility of even playing f4.
Oh, Vid is starting to choke this.
King f3 and then rook b1. Allow bishop h2 and play rook back to b1.
Bishop back to a4. Oh, what a tricky
rook
move. No, but does that work?
He'll play bishop b3 first.
Hikaru, though, bishop d6. He's got the blockade going.
Okay, rook b5, bishop b3 still.
Tricky.
And look at Hikaru's clock, by the way, down to 12 seconds now.
Bishop back to e5. Bishop c5.
King f3, king f3.
That's a big opportunity.
It is. And now
how does he make
bishop b3, rook b2.
Oh, bishop e1 is coming, but then d6.
Or bishop d6 is a really big move. Bishop e2 is defensive, but d6 going for a new queen. Bishop d3.
Clinging to that bishop right against coattails, rook d2.
And I wonder if he should go
the e-file.
I was wondering if he should try king e4 and d6, but he's
whoa. That's a committal decision, but now he's going to have weaknesses on the dark squares.
King e3. Okay, so
king e7. Oh,
he's losing the thread here.
He's completely lost the bishop e5, and Hikaru's got the blockade. He's going to draw.
Complete blockade. Nothing that you can even do.
This is simply unbelievable.
And rook d2 back. Make sure no d6.
Vidit's going to keep trying, but don't get mated here after bishop d4. And it's a draw. Unbelievable.
And look at Vidit. He's like, what more do I need to get in the
devastated. Game? It's 2 in a row. And that rook up position was understandable. Hikaru is a freaking magician. I mean, this is insane. And they're up to their bullet game. Here we go.
And I think people would assume that Hikaru, I mean, look at the ratings. He's a huge favorite in bullet, but there is increment here, which helps make sure that Vidit won't get flagged. F6, not a move you play without prep because your king on E8 looks exposed.
Prepared, though. That's a big deal in bullet.
Yeah, it is. Look at this
position.
Totally. I mean, we both play the Vienna, and this is looking solid for black.
It is, although Hikaru is going to try to jumpstart some activity on the king side with rook f3, rook h3 being a very dangerous idea.
And that bishop can always slide back to g8, and that's the...
I don't like this one bit for Vidit. Not anymore.
d6? What's the idea? Is he going to try to move his knight and play c5?
I think he's just sort of improving his position. Hikaru's centralizing his knight, preparing the rook lift.
Knight d4 was possible. He said, queen d5 now.
Oh, knight d4 is good too. c5.
c5, queen d5. Okay, so there's no attack for white.
Not anymore. This is just equal.
at the least for black. And black's doing, oh, look at this. Because the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. And there's a pawn break with c4, maybe even e4, depending on what happens. But white does not have pawn breaks of his own.
Vidit is playing an incredible match.
Queen a2.
B5 as he expands on the king's on the queen side.
B4 coming.
Uh-oh.
White
D3 pawn could be in trouble.
White can't really do anything.
No, Vidit with all of the cards here as he goes A4, deep freezing white's pawns, and here comes B4.
B4? What's the
how to do it?
I think he wants bishop d4. No, I don't know what Hikaru wanted there.
Now he's definitely preparing either B4, maybe even C4.
Oh, this is really bad for white. And look
really
at Vidit up on the clock.
He's playing incredibly fast. It's like out of a cannonball.
He can just also take over the B file, right? The queen b5, ba3.
He's got to move though.
Okay, take on a3 and play queen b5. That seems.
Goes B3. I like that too. I mean, that's a very practical decision because here comes the knight.
Yes, and c4
and here comes
or e4.
Yeah.
Because there's queen e2 as a response to either one.
Ooh. Queen e2 is that forced?
And are there knight takes a3 tactics at some point, just trying to spring free the b pawn?
I mean, if a lot of the pieces disappear, and look at Hikaru's clock, he's that one down to 14 seconds.
Because queen e2, there's queen d5. Queen e2, queen d5 is a problem.
Oh, what a move using the back rank.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, that's unbelievable resource.
So h6?
I would take and go h6.
Yeah.
Take and go h6 maybe.
And Vidit down to 10 seconds. He plays h6.
h6 immediately. DE. There's a trade on d2 followed by queen takes e4.
And the f5
Black's
pawn.
definitely in the driver's seat.
F5 pawn can be captured.
Queen f1.
So how do you make knight e1 was the idea. So queen f1 was a good chance.
Vidit can start pushing his kingside pawns. Gets king involved.
I'm starting to get worried that white's going to push the c pawn at some point. And that's a problem. The knight on c2 is locked in there.
I would start repeating for black. I would not go for the win here, but Vidit goes for it.
He's pushing his pawn. He wants king f5 next.
And Robert, knight a3, your idea could very well be pertinent in an endgame.
It's true, but he brings king back to h7, just wants to be safe over there.
Oh my God.
Knight e3!
F4. Oh, knight e3.
Knight e3 is winning!
Oh my God, knight e3 and b2 was winning. Oh, now Hikaru pushed queen e5 and queen b2.
Oh my gosh, he just gives up
here comes Hikaru. Here comes Hikaru's pawn. Oh, he doesn't do it.
Wow, what a move. What a move.
Restrained. Hikaru keeps the queens on the board.
Oh, the knight's coming to g4.
Knight's coming to g4.
Or to win the pawn at c4.
Move.
Take it. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, you got to move it.
You have to take the pawn. He's going to flag.
Oh my gosh. Queen move.
Oh, he's going to flag.
Oh my goodness.
He flagged.
Oh.
He lagged and he flagged.
Oh my gosh, and he's completely winning at this point. He's the simple knight e5 check, and he takes c4, and
it's over. Knight e5, queen c4. You can queen c4 immediately.
No, the queen takes c4 is check.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, that was ridiculous.
Vidit is devastated, and this was 3 games in a row, and you can see Hikaru is pumped.
Wow. I mean, Hikaru escapes yet again in the time scramble. Oh my goodness. He flags Vidit Gujrathi in the end.
And you could tell that Hikaru could feel Vidit was getting himself down to 0.3 seconds on every move, and that's when Hikaru pre-moved king f3. Understanding that Vidit, for whatever reason, just wasn't moving fast enough. Might be lag. Obviously, anxiety, nervousness, it plays a role when you're playing Hikaru, but whatever it is, that was simply unbelievable.
It really was. The ability to say that. And Vidit himself saved that first game with rook h4. So both sides made the most of their chances when their back was against the wall. And in the end, it was Hikaru Nakamura winning on the clock. So his name is printed in the final. He will await the winner of Vladimir Fedoseev and Parham Maghsoodloo. That matchup is coming up next here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. You will not want to miss it as the fireworks continue. Stay tuned, everybody.
to fix with the draw when you have well, oh my goodness, it happened right here on national television. Did you see that? Oh my goodness, wonderful. I'm hurt. Oh man. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm like, I hate chess. Wait a second. Oh, he found, yeah. Oh my goodness.
And return here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have one finalist ready for the winner of the upcoming matchup between Vladimir Fedoseev and Parham Maghsoodloo. And Danya, I don't know how anybody is supposed to recover after that finish to the semifinal match between Hikaru and Gujrathi. I mean, down to the final seconds, a flag, and it was craziness abound, but we have to recover. We have to get set because the game between Fedoseev and Parham is beginning right now.
And we got to do these players the service of looking at their game carefully, because both of them are incredible. And Parham, of course, swindling Anish Giri in the most improbable fashion. So he's going to try to make the most of his opportunity. And there's a narrative, a storyline that's being spun here. Parham actually lost his first game yesterday by forfeit. Imagine how hard it is to get into the top 8 after losing your first round of the RCC. He gets into the top 8, then he disconnects for 2.5 minutes against Giri in a bad position and wins that game too. He's unreal.
And Fedoseev, on his end of things, he played a horrible opening against Rinat Jumabayev, and he was able to skirt most of the issues. He was still worse for the majority of the game. And now we see a more standard Catalan here. The c4 pawn was captured. It can be captured back. Black often plays a6, queen takes c4, b5, and fights for the long diagonal while giving up control of the c5 square for now.
And notice that Fedoseev's move queen a4 actually makes it, renders impossible Hikaru's line with b5. The drawback is that when white puts the queen on c2, after a6, there is the additional move a4, which has been very popular recently. So, there's a clear plus and minus with what Fedoseev did. And this is a very old school line, Robert. This line has been around for many decades at this point.
Yeah, this is Vladimir Fedoseev, but I could have sworn that I'm watching Vladimir Kramnik play. And you're pointing out the move pawn to c6. In many of these positions, bishop a5 is a really annoying move to deal with because the pawn in c7 is under attack, but it's also pinned. So even if you defend it for the moment, what black wants to achieve is c5. And sometimes white even plays pawn to b4 to stop that. So you have to make sure that you are doing this in the precise move order, but especially if white is able to get that pawn in b4 and then play a4, you're hammering through on the queen side there.
Well, in the old days, before the Berlin, took the world by storm, this was the sort of court-appointed draw where black would go back to b7 and then white would go to c2 and black would go back to e4. You saw an endless amount of draws made like that. But of course, here, both players have come to fight, as evidenced by Parham's last move, knight bd7. And you called it, b2, b4, clamping down on the c5 square.
And what you're saying, that draw, the mechanism, bishop b7 back to e4 and queen c back to c1, I made that draw once from the black side. And it wasn't because I went into the game wanting a draw. It's because I didn't know what I was supposed to do besides that. Like, I felt like, okay, if white's doing this, I know I can make this draw, but I don't know how I avoid being slightly worse if I do anything else. But here we see that the eval bar liking black's position, the knight's on b6. Danya, are you also liking black's position?
Yeah, I mean, that amulet's coming for white's light squares. And especially if black parks a queen on d5, what could happen is a scenario in which, okay, white can move the bishop away, but after queen d5, first of all, you don't care about the c. Okay, wait, no. Here there's knight c3. I actually meant to show bishop c3, queen d5. you can't really go knight bd2. I mean, you can, but you can't take back with the knight. So black firmly entrenches a lot of his pieces on these light squares. I like Parham's position here as Vladimir decides to develop his knight to c3 instead.
And that has other drawbacks, right? The knight on c3 closes down the c file. The knight on c4 is protected, and it's going to remain on that square. The bishop on d2 eventually will leave. But what's white's plan? White, for now, solid. I'm just trying to figure out how to proceed from here, because at some moment, especially if black is able to make like a move a5, you can break open the queen side. But I guess white can play a4 at some moment as well.
White can definitely consider that. At some point, obviously, you'd have to solve the problem of your b4 pawn first. And perhaps a neutral move like rook d1 could be considered here. Again, I'm not enthralled with white's position, but I also don't think that you can talk about a big advantage for black.
Yeah, queen c2, also a reasonable choice. He starts with your move rook d1. But now the bishop left the e4 square, queen c2, and then maybe white can think about pushing that pawn up to e4. It's always going to be an option if you have the square covered. So, okay, rook d1. Black can't play a5 so easily because b5 is loose. What's next here for Parham?
How about 94? I came up with this move myself. It's like watching a, Jeopardy in live and then watching it again later and pretending you know all the answers.
Yeah, it's a good way to impress your friends. And bishop f4 played as a response. If knight c3, queen c3, that is looking more promising for white. So I don't think you want to rush that choice. Although if he gets a5 in.
I feel like the trend of the game is in white's favor, though. Fedoseev is almost ready to play knight e5 and eliminate this knight on c4. So he's improved his position in measurable ways. There's a5.
Yeah, that's why he took on c3. You don't want to bring the queen off the first rank, but you do want to get a5. You need to activate your pieces. So what do you do here as white? Can you take on a5? Yeah. Because knight a5 hangs the c7 pawn, and rook a5, now you have an awkward configuration.
And a move like a4 could be very unpleasant indeed. That knight on c4 is incredibly loose. c6 just looks really and Fedoseev plays it. I mean, he just doesn't miss these kinds of chances to take over the initiative, does he?
And I would say many people would not play b takes a5 because it looks like it hurts white's pawn structure. But you notice, as you were pointing out, that the knight c4 is actually loose. It was safely defended when the pawn was on a6 because b5 couldn't be targeted. Now after a4, b5 is already on the verge of collapsing.
And you might have to bite the bullet and play c7, c6. I don't see any other moves, Robert. If you have any other suggestions.
If Boris Gelfand is watching, he's looking at the suggestion of c6, which objectively may be fine, but he's like, come on, if you play c6, you lose.
You play like this, just simply lose. But what is happening here? He decided against a4, gives up his light skirt bishop, and he's attacking the rook two different ways and the king, the bishop one way.
So rook a7, I was thinking? Because after king g2,
you want to give a check on d5.
I do, but there is the move. It was not e4 there. I thought e4 was clever, but there's a queen e2 check at the end that I'm.
Oh, that's a really cool. Should I show that line?
Yeah.
So rook a7. This might actually happen. King g2, queen d5 check, right? Taking the knight on your own terms. And here there's this very ingenious idea e4. Thinking, oh, queen takes c4 check, white saves the piece. There's also queen c6, by the way, but queen e2 check picks up the knight, and white has nothing to show for the pawn that he gave up. Rook a7 has been played, and so has king g2, and now queen d5 check, and f3.
Okay, but this is one of these positions, Daniel, where you may get c4, but you're probably going to lose a3, so... Yeah, I think black is holding on for the moment, but c7 also is a target.
It is, and that's why black parked the rook on a7. Another idea, of course, is to double on the a file. I guess the question is who can get to the other side's weaknesses first, right? Can white get to the c4 pawn, or can black infiltrate down the a file?
And there also
be equal.
There's also rook a4 ideas. If you play rook d1 to c1, I can just sit my rook on a4 to cover that pawn and put my next rook on a8, and good luck trying to break through there.
Right. For some reason, when you said those words, good luck. that scene from Taken in my mind. I will find you and I will kill you.
Yeah,
Good
well,
luck.
I hope you don't do that to me. And Parham, he's not listening to us, but it feels like he's listening to some music in his head.
Yeah, and we've seen him do that before, the bopping.
Mm-hmm.
I think we asked him about it, and I don't remember what he said. That was like a year ago during a JSCC match.
I think he's just happy that the Bucks won yesterday. He looks like he has that, Giannis Antetokounmpo. He loves Kevin Durant, but he's also a fan of Giannis. The Bucks beat the Celtics yesterday, so no wonder he's happy.
No, I mean, it's a good occasion for Bucks fans and for Warriors fans.
And no moves from Fedoseev. So Parham does have he does have time to do a little dancing and rook to A8. And okay, somehow that move wasn't loved.
E4.
Oh, he wants A5 next.
Oh, Queen C6, A5, and suddenly the pawn is very hard to get to, Robert, because the bishop could also, if necessary, probably it isn't even necessary to go back to D2.
So that was a moment of imprecision. What was the better choice compared to what Black did just there?
So it appears that, oh my goodness,
What's the move?
G5.
Oh, come on.
Get out of here.
Yeah, come on with that.
Oh, and if White plays the intermezzo E4, now Black drops back to D7 and obviously dual threats. Whereas if White moves the bishop, there's no good squares, right? Every square is pretty awkward. E5 gets trapped. E3 gets in front of the pawn. D2,
Yep. Wow.
C1, So apparently it was G5. Anyways, back to the game.
Yeah, it's one of those mistakes you make, and you're like, "Where did I go wrong? I thought it was fine." Then you're worse. And you put in the engine, and that's the moment. And you're like, "Oh, sorry, you wanted me to play what was that? Are you sure?" And it's just in a rapid game.
Gary?
Yeah,
Gary 5
to Giannis 5, and it's too difficult. So here. Okay, White is clearly better. Outside pass pawn. Black has double isolated pawns that you can start trying to pick off right now with rook D1 to C1, and he plays rook D1 to B1. He's getting rid of Black's defenders there, and this is just nice for Fedoseev.
Maybe play king to Horford 1, and
that's a good one. He actually went to Bob Williams 1 here with that rook.
That Bob Williams 1. Oh, because B, right? Okay.
Yeah, you just gave me a Horford reference. I had to continue with the Celtics team.
Okay.
But Peyton Pritchard feels left out there. When we pile pressure on the pin piece, so when we PP on PP,
that was impressive.
So that's where we're going to have to get Peyton Pritchard in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, you should teach Tatum a tough lesson.
Oh, well. He was on the hardwood a lot yesterday. He was, a lot of physical play there. But this game, it seems that it's getting a bit worrisome for Parham. Moves that I would consider here, H6. I just don't want to get back rank checkmated from Black's point of view. So H6 gives me space. G5, I'm thinking about it only because it was good in the previous position. I don't like Black's position.
If Vladimir, some players, they keep an eye on the Zoom cameras. If he kept an eye on Parham's camera, you know what Fedoseev's probably thinking right now?
What?
You ain't dancing now, are you? You don't like, you're not so hot on your position now, are you, Parham?
And Parham's looking at Fedoseev like, hey, where are you right now? Because in the forum, It's getting really dark there.
Yeah. Oh, I just saw the Pope walking behind him. And there is G5. It's a day late and a dollar short. It contains the same idea, right? You want to chase the bishop away. But here's the thing, Robert. After bishop d2, the bishop actually has a role. It defends a5, taking the pressure off of Pritchard, taking the pressure off of the queen on c3.
Yeah, bishop d2, it looks very good. And yeah, with a5 defended by the least valuable piece that can protect it, right? There's no pawn to defend it with, so the bishop will do that task. Then that frees up the other pieces. But g4 might be an idea for Parham, but a big question is, if g4, can I take it? Because after queen takes e4, queen f3, b1's hanging, a8's hanging. What's going on there?
That's really cool, but I would also argue that you could just play a move like, I thought rook to Connaughton 1, but then I guess there's gf and f5. I don't know.
Oh gosh, Grayson Allen is getting involved there.
Yeah, the rook moving from Budenholzer 1.
Oh gosh. Well, there
I
goes the
think
rook.
only
to...
about 10% of the chat even knows what we're talking about right now. There's like,
Yeah.
what are they just saying random? What language?
Yeah,
is
and
this in?
the black rook went to Bobby Portis 8. So here comes the more firepower. Queen takes c4 would be a tragic blunder because after the queen swap, rook b2 pins and wins the bishop on d2.
Going right down the Middleton and winning white's bishop.
Oh, we're gonna put that one on injured reserve for the time being.
Okay, deal. Yeah, rook b2 probably won't be back until next season.
Yeah, rook c1 though, a mistake. And that goes to show the control of an open file is very important. So I think your point was well taken. The gf3 wasn't actually a big threat. So if we just go back a half turn with the rook back on b1 and the rook on a8, maybe if we just essentially allow to queen e3, gf3, just to put that on the board.
Yeah, just to make some.
Then queen takes f3. We see that white's advantage is actually growing because the bishop on d2 covers a5. The queen is well located towards the black king, and the rook's on the open file.
Permission to be a broken record.
Go for it.
Guess how many open files there are in this position?
Just one.
One. Guess who controls it now? The control
Okay, hold on.
shifted.
I need to guess. There are two options here. It's difficult.
Right. It's white or black.
I'm gonna go with Parham Maghsoodloo.
Wow. I don't know how you figured that out, but
and Danya, I think something that is important here is rook b3.
Whoa.
Well, a6
What
changes
if queen a6?
the story. I don't know what that was all, but maybe f takes g4. He wants to distract the queen from e4. I do still think that white's gonna regret this decision, but rook b3 is a threat, and it was a threat because after exactly you're just drawing the arrows. I didn't say anything.
Oh, the rook c1 there at the end. I was thinking about
that too. Wait, that's okay. You have to show that one.
I got to show that.
Yeah, that is.
So let's make a random move for white. Anything, right?
Yeah.
We thought, was rook b3 a threat here? And at first it looks like a blunder. But then you calculate further, you say, oh no, black promotes with b2. But no, white stops the pawn with rook c1, giving up the entire rook. But white wins in the end because of the a pawn. But now it's a moot point because after a6, you definitely don't want to play rook b3 because that pawn is going to promote. So you first want to take on a6. And only after f takes g4 do you want to swing that rook down to b3, exploiting, Robert, your line with rook to Bobby Portis 2 at the end, winning the bishop.
Exactly. So, wow, a6. This is a moment, I guess, Fedoseev started to get worried. He jettisons this pawn because he wants the pawn on the king's side. And gf3 first, you may say, wait, then I'll take on a6. I don't have to give that pawn up. It's a trade. But the tempo is important. So after gf3, queen f3, you'll see that now all of a sudden the rook's coming to f1 and black's king is in huge danger.
This is actually not so easy to figure out. You have to realize that as soon as black played g5, you got to keep a very careful eye on your king. And all of a sudden, rook f8, bishop h6, white's pieces unfurl. And so for that reason, you don't want to play gf, but he does play it. Oh, maybe he wants queen f3, rook b2.
Wait, can I almost want to allow you to win my bishop.
Oh!
What's happening here?
F5. Now he's threatening queen e4. White's king is now in mortal danger.
So
you have to go back.
Wait, queen takes c4?
Queen takes e4, king f2, rook b2. Another crazy game
queen
is in the works.
Queen takes e4 check.
I guess you play rook d1 there, but that looks mighty passive.
Yeah, starting to look suspicious. Plays king f2 first.
Well, we might see the line by transposition, queen takes e4, but that gives white a wider choice.
Exactly. You play a7, you can play rook e1. There are different options available to you instead of just playing queen takes e4.
But a7, I would go rook a8, and wouldn't you be worried about losing that pawn? That's your biggest asset.
But I can play queen c4 and then rook e1. Like I throw an a7 to distract your pieces and then have rook e1 at the end.
Oh, and I can't play queen d5 at the end because the bishop on e7 hangs.
Precisely.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember a player whose last name starts with an E, but Ime Udoka.
Doesn't start with an
Unfortunately, that was a stretch.
I would say Ennis Freedom, but Eric, well, it's all first names, Eric Gordon.
Right.
I'll think of one. But right now, queen takes e4. I do think a7 can be thrown in, although there's rook b3.
Anthony Edwards.
Oh, that's, and a fantastic player. Wait, rook b3?
Oh my goodness. And somehow the queen is keeping the promotion score. Could there be rook a1?
Oh my goodness.
Rook b3, rook a1. What a cold move.
There's also just queen takes c4. because you have one check on f3 and that's it.
No, you got to play rook a8. You have to keep the rook on the e rank. And then the line you gave might actually happen. Queen takes c4.
Rook takes a7.
A7.
Rook e1.
Oh, it's rook b3.
Oh, no.
It's rook a1. But then queen a8.
And then queen takes c4.
Oh, and the check on f3 gives absolutely nothing because of king g1 and white's king is safe.
It's one check. And that's where we can be misled. The king is open. We're about to give a check, but there's no follow-up leading to checkmate, in which case that pawn a7, that's going to tell the tale.
Parham with a huge blunder. The game is over. I hesitate to say that today, but this one really is. Look at all of the hanging pawns. Parham completely missed rook a1.
And look at Fedoseev saying, hello, darkness, my old friend, because the lights are shutting down in his apartment or in wherever the heck he is. And they're also shutting down on Parham's chances in this game. Queen takes c4, hits the rook, hits c7, hits e6. And I don't think there's any way to defend all three of those pieces.
Vladimir Fedoseev, dubious openings in both of his games. Not as much in this one, but unbelievable tactical vision and sharpness. Rook b2, one final attempt by Parham to whip up some counterplay. It's not totally over yet. Fedoseev has to be accurate.
So f5 can be captured with check.
Oh my God, I have a crazy line.
I know what you're going to say. Queen f3 and king e1.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
How did you know that?
I was thinking the same thing. Same wavelength.
Goodness.
We can show it after the game because I feel like the game
that actually is a pretty beautiful line. It's unnecessary, but still.
I mean, it's completely necessary. It's a gorgeous variation.
Your face is necessary. Okay, so queen h6 check.
Thank you.
I don't know why I went there, but
yeah, no, but it felt like a compliment in this context.
So is white going to go rook e1?
Yeah, probably.
To change the subject.
Rook e1's just mean.
And then like queen e6 and all sorts of stuff.
And 25 seconds for Parham. Yeah, this is going to be a defeat. Look at Fedoseev. My goodness. He was born in the darkness.
In the dark?
He's turning to Bane.
Goes d5, queen e6 check.
Okay. And I guess
queen c6 is just a surgical queen c6 is being prepared.
So king just moves to f1 probably, and then bishop c3 is about to happen.
Oh God, and black doesn't even have counterplay against the white king. That's what makes it so depressing for Parham, right?
Yeah,
White's king is safe.
So which move is the best move? Queen g5?
Finish this.
That looks pretty.
Maybe just queen g5, queen f5?
Queen f4.
Ooh.
Now.
Okay, bishop c3 and go for mate.
That looks really good. Just get that bishop.
Always safe.
Out to the dark squares. And queen e5 or queen g5 or anything to follow. Looks like mate.
Copium. It's over.
And look at Fedoseev. You can't even see him now. Oh, now you can. You were
it's
looking.
getting darker and darker though.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was possible.
No, he was back in his chair and you just couldn't see him.
Wow. You can see how he's going to checkmate the black king as he cold-bloodedly plays bishop c3.
And now queen e5.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this is checkmate. Oh.
You can also just take the bishop.
Yeah, you can trade queens, take the bishop, and that. You can trade queens and go bishop b4. He just takes the bishop because all those threats still exist. And he wins on time, but really on the board. Let's show that variation, though. That I thought that was cool.
No, that was very cool. It was a little bit.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, it was here.
After queen h6?
Yeah, so Vladimir played queen h6, which is very practical. But we were thinking here. Queen f3 looks like a huge blunder, right? You give up the rook, the bishop, check, but king e1. And white actually wins because after queen takes f3, a8, queen check, forcing the trade. And then at the end of the day, and it's critical that black's king is on the 8th ring. This line wouldn't work were black to play king g7 because obviously a8 queen would not be check anymore. But still, a pretty line, a pretty game, and a wonderful win for the beast Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah, and it wasn't perfect, but it was a very strong game, particularly in rapid chess, when from the very start, you only have 10 minutes for the entire game. So he wins, he moves on, and he faces a familiar foe. Fedoseev and Nakamura have played each other so many times. And now we get to see the big fish taking on, well, the big boss, Hikaru Nakamura. It's a matchup that everybody should be excited about. We certainly are. And we will return after this short break for the Sunday knockout finale between Hikaru and Fedoseev here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. And you see it on screen here. It is Vladimir Fedoseev versus Hikaru Nakamura. And I say their names in that order because Fedoseev, as the 2 seed, will get the white pieces in their rapid game. So, Danya, we've seen how remarkable Hikaru Nakamura is, even in tough positions. He gets the black pieces against a well-prepared, a positional mastermind in Fedoseev. What do you expect from this game?
Well, first of all, let me put it this way. Fedoseev has to step up his opening game. If he plays the opening anything like he played against Jumabayev, that is not going to fly against, as you called him, the big boss. So he needs to display his absolute best preparation. He needs to wear his Sunday best, so to speak, in the opening. And if he does that, I'm expecting an incredibly deep positional battle, perhaps a time scramble. Do not go anywhere, and whatever you do, buckle your seatbelts.
Well, I don't know if it matters what he's wearing because we can hardly see him. Darkness is
Good one.
consuming his camera and his background. I guess it is getting late where he currently resides. And no, actually, now that we can see him,
No, he's back in
everybody else can. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I think I saw Michelangelo walking behind him.
He said, "Don't let the sun go down on me." And he is ready for the final against Hikaru Nakamura. So
it's a clean shaven Hikaru.
Yeah, it is. And here we see are we going to get a Catalan? Yep, we get a Catalan. No surprises there.
Fedoseev better have prepared for Nakamura's B5 because you know it's coming.
And there it is. Oh, wow. This line. And look at
this line's crazy.
Did you see Fedoseev? He just takes
lean back in his chair.
Yeah. He seems happy about this opening.
Well, he could definitely, he obviously expected it. You know he's prepared something, but Hikaru knows this line backwards and forwards. So this is a battle of preparation. I love to see this. Let's see who flinches first. F6 by Nakamura.
Wow, but how much preparation does Hikaru want to admit? Because he is going to play in this small tournament called the Candidates.
The minor open. Who cares about that anyway? Why would Hikaru ever hide preparation? Ridiculous.
Well, he's been working hard. Credit to him. Everyone has seen his streams and the streaming schedule where he's been taking a couple of days off to make sure he's as well prepared as possible, because that event will have 6 of the 10 highest rated players in the world. And what is I can't even think of a candidate move because I don't understand what's going on.
They're playing a 30-second game in the wildest position I've ever seen. Both of them are blitzing out moves. Fedoseev continues to blitz out moves.
And E6 and C6 and B3 all loose.
Oh my God. There was an exchange sacrifice. Oh, by the way.
What is happening here? Okay, hold on.
I'm struggling to count the pawns.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. And look at Fedoseev, by the way. Look at his face.
It's just another day in the office. Like, what's all the fuss about, commentators? Like, stop making a mountain out of a molehill. It's just another line.
So both sides have 7 pawns, right?
Yes, I have reached the same conclusion through my scientific experimentation.
You need an abacus to count. And black is losing C6. Now white has 1 pawn and a bishop for a rook, but it's a bishop pair. The B3 pawn likely to fall. It can be captured right now. Bishop C4 check, for example.
And then white already will have 2 pawns for the exchange. But obviously, you've got a crippled queenside pawn structure.
Yes. And that's, I think, what Hikaru wants. Like, my king will be tucked in the corner. You'll take B3. I'll go knight A6 at the end, and you will drop this pawn on C5. So queen trade will be good for Hikaru, especially if he's able to team up on that C5 pawn.
Indeed. So it might make sense for Vladimir perhaps to throw in the check on C4, or maybe to save it for a rainy day and get this other bishop out to a square such as E3 or A3 where it protects the C5 pawn. Or, yeah, like I'm worried about knight A6 in the event of bishop C4, bishop takes B3.
So am I, but there might be something happening on that diagonal, right? The A3, F8 diagonal. The bishop pair is real. The open B file, if white can take it. So that's why Vladimir is calculating right now, because it's a huge decision.
It is a huge decision, and he goes bishop C4 check. Now the big question, will he take B3, or will he delay that in favor of a move like bishop E3 developing his other bishop?
Very directly, bishop B3, knight A6, there's bishop D5. Because I'm threatening queen takes A8. So if you take on C5, I take on A8. Thank you for an extra pawn in the endgame. White's going to win that. And if you play queen C6, bishop C6, you don't have rook C8 because of bishop B7.
LPDO, loose pieces drop up. This is a fork, but Vladimir refraining from taking the pawn and instead shifting his rook to B1, which I think is a very reasonable alternative. Hikaru will probably follow suit with rook B8.
Right. Because black's a bit frozen. The bishop on C4 takes away A6, takes away E6. So if that knight is going to move, it's going back to E8, but that's really unappealing. And so rook B8 looks reasonable. There are some possibilities in the future for that queen on C8 to lash out and go after G4, because E4 will be a target. D1, queen D1 check for the queen C2 ideas. That looks pretty dangerous for white to handle.
Yeah, queen G4 actually carries a tremendous amount of menace. Hikaru contemplating his next move. I mean, even queen g4 here, as crazy as that sounds, needs to be seriously calculated, because after queen, I think Hikaru might actually play it. After queen c7, queen e4, black wins back the minor piece with interest.
That's true.
I'm
Although
not sure
after
exactly what white's supposed to, maybe just bishop takes b3.
I was about to say, it's so tempting to take that knight, but you just take on b3 and then play bishop e3 and things like that, and try your best to complete it. It's not over, because there's going to be a pin down the b file, some sacrifices on b3 with queen d1 check to follow. It's a really complicated position.
But this can get unpleasant for black. If Fedoseev can stabilize, win the pawn, things could get dicey for black, and that's why I like Hikaru's move rook b8. He's not giving away the pawn without a fight and without serious concessions from Vladimir.
And so rook b8, good move. I would consider king g2 here, just to try to shore up my light squares. The fact that the knight on c7 doesn't really have a good next move means that I am not afraid of giving black the turn. So king g2, of course, is a useful move, but I'm saying, what's your actual idea as black? So what are the moves come to mind? We need several candidates here.
Well, let's first figure out why rook takes b3 is wrong. And I think it's wrong because after that aforementioned line, Robert, there is no longer a rook on a8, which means bishop d5 is a shot into thin air. And this is almost winning for black after he picks up the c5 pawn. So I think rook b1 was a very serious mistake by Vladimir. A very serious mistake.
Okay, so there are definitely some issues that now white needs to deal with. Although after bishop a3, we see even the engine not completely sure. It was bigger advantage for black. Now it's going back towards the center. And in positions like this, Danya, where you have a rook for black and a bishop for white, we see the squares of the bishop, especially once c4 covers. What are those rooks doing? The rook on b8 is great. It's behind a passed pawn that's under attack. But the rook on f8, does it just go over to d8 right now? Is that what you play?
Or you could open up the f file with f5.
Yes.
I like the idea of activating the rook. And let's not forget that white, in his effort to shore up his queen side, has left the king pretty much wide open. Hikaru, I think, recognizes that this is a super critical moment. f5 could get very dangerous, especially in light of the fact that the rook on b1 is undefended. And he plays it.
Yeah, excellent point by you. That, and I like to say this, that we, and I just fell victim to this, we'd like to think that we need to develop our rooks by bringing them to different files. We can develop our rooks by trading the pawn that is blocking the rook's path. So f5, opening up the rook on f8. The downside is e5 can become tender later in the game. But for now, that move makes perfect sense. And let's try to figure out how white should respond.
Well, first question is, e takes f5. Does that work? I don't think so. After queen f5, the rook is hanging. I know it sounds like an exaggeration, but I feel like white is on the cusp of losing this game.
It's looking...
Everything is falling apart at the seams. White has made absolutely nothing of the exchange sacrifice and the queen side superiority.
So can I go after the e5 pawn? That's the big drawback of playing f5. And there it is, queen d6.
I think that was the only move.
You take e4 and c6 is possible, but I think I would just take on e5 and get that pawn, and c6 is an idea for later. That knight on c7, still the problematic piece in black's position. If that knight could get active somewhere, it would be completely over. But for now, that knight is tamed.
And queen d6, I think that might have been the only move for Fedoseev. He's taking his time though, Robert. Is he thinking about c6 here?
He is.
But
yeah, I just think that c6, even rook f6 after c6, I'm just worried that I might lose my pawn, but he might think that he can get away with it.
A lot of time now for both players. Let's not forget that they blitzed like 20 moves of preparation, leaving themselves with over 10 minutes on the clock. And now they're finally taking their time. Vladimir deciding whether to take on e5. What happens if he does? Does Hikaru play rook e8?
Not a bad looking move at all. Although, yeah, and then your knight gets out to e6. So c6, you were saying queen f5 looks to be a potential drawback of that move, right?
Yeah, I just kind of threw that out without calculation, just because there's the additional possibility of e3. Again, that discovery against the rook on b1, which I'm bullying for whatever reason.
No, it's loose. And you like to say LPDO. And I still think queen e5, rook e8, and then there he goes for it. And the queen can go maybe back to d6. Certainly an option.
Back to d6 makes a lot of sense in response to rook e8.
Yeah, it's funny. You drew arrows in e6 and d5. I was like, no, I don't want to go to any of those squares.
All right, neither of those are particularly appetizing.
And queen f5 would encourage a queen trade. You may be able to take on c7, but even the queen trade I don't think is favorable for black anymore because you drop b3 and then there's a passed c5 pawn.
And the circumstances have changed. If black had a rook on c8 and a knight on a6 here, totally different story, right? But the c5 pawn is alive and well and breathing and killing after it moves back down to c6. So it all depends on where black's rook and knight is. Hikaru shifting the rook to e8 as we discussed. Fedoseev also has to be very careful about the move e4, e3, Robert. That could tear open the king to decisive effect.
Right.
In certain cases.
Yeah, you have to be very careful about your king safety here. Rook e8 played. Queen, I mentioned queen d6, maybe queen h5, because that sort of thing was queen f4, but
Louis Belbar hated that.
Yes, it did. And why? Knight e6 is queen e3.
Okay.
Hard to see. E3 is possible, but he'll just take. That's clearly his plan.
Yeah, it's not entirely obvious what it is. It's not entirely obvious what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the question is, can you prevent white? If you can prevent white from taking on b3, then it's basically winning.
So some kind of queen d7 move, because if bishop b3, there's rook takes b3 and queen d1 check.
Oh my god, you evil. Once again, you evil man. Rook takes b3.
Yeah.
And then not only do you win back the rook, you also win the bishop, so you're up a full rook there. Oh my god, queen d7. This could be a devastating move, believe it or not.
And a big thing is the a4 pawn is hanging, because queen d6, as you're about to suggest, it drops that pawn over there on a4.
I didn't even see that, and that forks the bishops. Queen d7 might be winning, just because it creates the threat of queen takes a4, and it defends against bishop takes b3, and he found it.
Oh gosh, Fedoseev not happy to see that. Maybe there's bishop b4, because that stops queen takes a4, because the knight c7 is loose, and it threatens that b3 pawn without rook takes b3 sacrifices available. So it feels like I'm holding on by a thread, because you can play e3 anyway, but I'm trying my best.
You got to try bishop b4. That's a great move, but you can sense it slipping away from Vladimir. You would just love to play queen d6 here, and the fact that black is attacking a4 is critical, but he finds bishop b4. Fedoseev keeping himself in the game. And does Hikaru? No, you can't take on a4 anymore.
Right.
That's a given.
c7 is hanging. Knight d5. Yeah, queen.
Position remains very complex here.
Yeah, I mean, after knight d5, there's queen d2 or even queen d6 to think about. a5.
A5.
So what does he want after bishop a5?
No idea. Queen a4, there's bishop c7.
Right.
What is his idea? Knight e6 first and then queen a4?
But knight e6, like...
Wow. That's nuts.
Oh, I wanted to play queen f5, but you still have queen a4 because the a5 bishop's hanging. But I was like, there are pins everywhere. There's a passed pawn on b3 that's been there for a long time. There's a c5 passer. How many pawns does white currently have? 2 pawns for the exchange?
I'm still been counting for about 15 moves. He goes knight d5. So similar idea. He gets the knight out of the attack.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants to take that pawn on a4, even if the knight will be hanging.
Okay, so what are our options now for white? Our queen, either we take on d5 or move our queen. So if we take on d5, queen takes d5, the b3 pawn survives. That looks terrible, unless we can somehow regroup and win it, but that feels wrong. So queen d2, you mentioned earlier, it pins the knight. Queen takes a4 is possible. Queen takes d5, queen takes a5, b3 will drop.
But you don't have to take it immediately. Maybe you should try pushing your c-pawn first to create
nice.
Counterplay.
That's really nice.
And guess what? A lot of people would say, oh, this is winning, right? Black's up in exchange. No, not that fast. I mean, white's going to go c7, win the b3 pawn, and anchor in the bishop to c4. This actually should be very much holdable for white. But
that's
Vladimir,
a really nice move that you were suggesting, because it's so tempting, it's so natural just to grab that passer that's in front of us. But as you're highlighting, that c pawn for white, you just throw that pawn away. Then you have the second one to bolster that bishop, and white holds there.
Will Vladimir have the presence of mind to play such a cold-blooded move as queen d2? He's got his back against the wall, and he's got to find incredibly accurate moves here to survive.
Is there a problem with queen d6, or is that transposed to the same variation?
Queen d6, yes. I think it might transpose. It might even be slightly
better.
more forcing.
Yeah, exactly. It might be better because it's forcing. I don't know if there's another option after queen d2, but that's why I started asking the question. I like the variation we were considering. It seems that white has great chances to hold the draw, but maybe after queen d2, the knight can go to f6, or I'm just throwing out ideas. So
no, totally.
Queen d6 forces the matter.
Totally. It's the same most likely, but why allow any other options, especially when you're playing someone like Hikaru? Fedoseev, now his clock's starting to creep down.
Mm-hmm. Under
all
3
of a
minutes.
sudden, yeah, down to 240.
And Fedoseev is a very strong bullet player. So
yeah,
even if he gets down to 20 seconds, he's experienced in the bullet time control. So he's thinking here, what do you think he's going to play? Because we've gone through our options, queen d2, queen d6. Which choice?
Well, I think he's gonna play queen d6, I think. Just because I don't see any other options. I mean, taking on d5 is madness.
No.
Madness Carlson. So I think he might actually be, whoa, no. That can't be right. I mean, e3? What was that? That was a horrific move by Vladimir. That cannot be right. I mean, he just moves away, abandoning his entire position. Hikaru wasting absolutely no time. The game is over.
So normally I can explain away mistakes. I'm like, okay, this wasn't that obvious. That other thing, queen h4. That's a head scratcher.
Honestly, didn't occur to me.
Yeah.
And this is resignable. Look at white's king. Look at nothing. Queen h4 doesn't even create a single threat, Robert, and it doesn't come anywhere closer to winning the b pawn. It's a total head scratcher. SMH.
Yeah, no, I'm really trying here. I'm trying to rationalize it, but it's not a move. I mean, that's not a move. James Caney's not here commenting with us, but he might as well be.
And now Hikaru's in here. And this is not a case where, okay, white's already totally lost it to desperation. After queen d6, probably white's drawing chances outweigh black's winning chances if white plays accurately there. Now, white's king is toast. And you haven't even... The b pawn is alive and well and breathing. And Fedoseev might resign right here and right now.
And he doesn't have a move. I mean, the h7 pawn is defended. The d3 bishop's under attack. As you mentioned, a4 still a problem. The b3 pawn, strong. The e8 rook, excellent.
You're up in exchange. And it wasn't a mouse slip. I had somebody in the chat asking, was it a mouse slip? It definitely was not a mouse slip. There were no squares around h4 that were even feasible. I just think it was a total mental short circuit.
Surprising from a player as strong as Fedoseev to play queen h4. And we are not trying to be overly harsh, but
no.
What we are trying to get across is Fedoseev is a brilliant chess player. And everyone makes mistakes, but this one is hard to figure out. Maybe he thought that the queenless position was lost. So he's like, I might as well keep the queens on the board. It's the only justification I can come up with.
Yeah, but our job as commentators, is to call things like they are. And if it's a very uncharacteristically weak move, that's what we have to say it is. And that's what it was. And Hikaru's going to win after b2. Bishop takes h7. He can simply play knight takes h7, and one queen replaces another.
You can also play queen takes d1, by the way.
Oh, yeah, you couldn't you? That really rubs it in.
Because after bishop g6 check, for example, you can just play knight h5.
I think Hikaru, he'll make the practical decision. He won't follow Robert Hess's advice. Come on.
Yeah, I think it's unnecessarily risky to do what I'm suggesting, but not my pieces. And if it ends up with a checkmate, well, so be it.
And Hikaru, I think, will be the first to admit that his play today was not quite as good as in some of his other RCC wins, right? But the resilience and the grit was out of this world today. I mean, it defies belief.
Yeah, you don't need to be perfect at every single turn. I mean, he'll be happy with the $7,500 he wins, with the Grand Prix points he secures, and with this more rapid rating points to his the number next to his name. And there it is. Hikaru Nakamura wins the Sunday knockout. He was on the edge of his seat and about to suffer a different fate against Vidit Gujrathi, but in the time scrambles, he held his own. And Danya, he wins once again here at the Rapid Chess Championship.
It's unbelievable. He does it week in and week out. It doesn't matter what his form is. It doesn't matter what kind of positions he gets out of the opening. He makes lemonade out of any positions that he gets. It wasn't an easy run. Every round was difficult, starting from his game against Demchenko, obviously his epic match against Vidit, and the smoothest game of the RCC of his final run is his final game against Vladimir Fedoseev, where despite deep preparation, Hikaru keeping his composure and winning that position up and exchange. And a great performance by the Russian Grandmaster. Nonetheless, he earns himself 7 big Grand Prix points too.
Yes. So huge congratulations to Hikaru Nakamura. And, next week, it'll likely be his involvement, and maybe those players in the Grand Chess Tour, they'll also be able to play once again. But Hikaru Nakamura saying, I don't care who's in the field, I am just as capable no matter what. And we're going to bring Hikaru in for an interview. You'll not want to miss that. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back, and Hikaru will join us here on the show. And we welcome Hikaru Nakamura to the show. Hikaru, huge congratulations on yet another fine victory. And can you just take us through your thoughts, particularly in your matchup against Vidit, because that was really topsy-turvy.
Yeah, I mean, I was told apparently you guys also missed this rook h4 move in the first game. But yeah, basically the first game, I thought I played pretty well. I mean, I made this maybe dubious sacrifice, but I definitely exerted some pressure. And then I was completely winning. And I really think that for Vidit, he missed the opportunity in that first game where he probably should have been able to win. Even if he only had 10 seconds on the clock, I thought he could have done something better. But then after that, it really was just about hanging in there more than anything. I mean, second game also he got an advantage, and the third game was, of course, just a complete sort of slop fest. We both made a lot of blunders back and forth. But it was very similar, I think, to that third game I played against Fabiano a few months back in the RCC, where basically Fabiano was able to make a lot of very easy moves, first 20-25 moves more or less instantly, and then I was able to get him to think. I was able to complicate, much like I did against Vidit. But obviously at the end of the day, it was who's going to blunder last or who's going to run out of time, and I was just able to, I think, control my nerves just a touch better at the end.
Speaking of surviving, Hikaru, you got sort of a lot of dubious positions out of the opening today, and you climbed back from them time and time again. What sorts of things do you tell yourself when you're not getting the results you expect out of the opening? How do you keep motivating yourself to play objectively and recover against such strong players?
That's interesting, because I thought I actually got pretty good positions in every first game today. When I think about it, I don't even remember, who did I play in the first game?
Demchenko. That's mostly, I guess that game is influencing me.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that game, of course, the opening was not great either. You know, I think it's very tricky playing in the RCC, because obviously I have to juggle how much do I want to show in terms of major opening lines versus sort of sidelines. And it's tricky because a couple weeks ago, I think made a fairly serious mistake against Grishuk, where I played E4, we went into this topical Berlin, and then I got into a situation where I tried to play something that wasn't quite correct, and I got punished by Grishuk. So it's very difficult balancing it. But I think in that game against Demchenko, at a certain point, he sort of didn't realize there was some danger, and I found this Rook C7, Bishop E2. But mainly, I think it's about just keep going with the position. If it's not just like losing, you try to keep it within the margin where there's always decent chances of making a draw. At least that's how I viewed that first one. Vidit, I think objectively it's bad according to a computer, but I thought I was doing well. And this third one, I don't really know what was happening, but I didn't think I was really in danger in this third game either. So I thought I actually played the openings fairly well outside of that first game, which was not so great. But at the end of the day, it's all about not losing. And in a format where it's one and done, if you can just avoid losing, or you can hold the difficult positions, you're always going to get your chances later on. And then when I did, I think I converted them.
Yeah, and on the subject of the candidates and preparing for that, it must be tough to juggle both hiding your preparation, but also you're getting great practice playing all these strong grandmasters every single week in a rapid format. So, what has the journey been like for you as you work your way towards the candidates starting pretty soon? How have you been enjoying it, and what's it been like?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's not any different than what's been going on for the last 2 years. I think you could say the same thing in terms of playing in the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin, where I was playing a lot of online events, doing very well. And that gave me a lot of practice, where I think a lot of players didn't have that. So it definitely helped me a lot with Berlin. And so I think it's more of the same for the candidates. Obviously now most of the players in the candidates are playing in the Grand Chess Tour in Romania, so they're getting their experience as well. But at the end of the day, I think all the players are very strong, and it's a beneficial way of preparing. And I mean, obviously I'll be doing opening preparation as well. But I think it's just good to play against strong players as much as I can, and it's a lot of fun.
Hikaru, I have one more question for you, and obviously not trying to get you to reveal anything. But speaking of the Grand Chess Tour in Romania, how carefully are you monitoring those games, and how much would you say it influences your preparation for the candidates, both in terms of openings and, on a related note, how much do you pay attention to playing styles and tendencies as the candidates approaches?
Yeah, so I mean, first and foremost, I look at all of the games, Grand Chess, or even Sigmund for that matter. I take a look at the openings very briefly to see if they're of interest in terms of what I'm looking at. In terms of style, I don't really look too much at that, because I think, again, a lot of players probably are playing openings they don't intend to play in the candidates. Again, obviously, we'll know when the tournament happens, but I'm assuming they aren't. And so I don't really look at it stylistically, but I do take a look at all the openings and these top level events just to see if there are any interesting ideas or what the trends are. Because it is very important at the end of the day. And I think also, like, for example, the other day, there were these two games. There's one in Sigmund, I think it was Jordan. I forget who maybe it was Jordan versus Arjun or something. And there was also the Fabiano game against Ali Reza in the Grand Chess Tour, where they played the exact same opening on two different tournaments. And so I do look, I do pay attention. And even if I wasn't playing in the candidates, I still would be looking. So yeah, I do watch it quite a bit.
Well, Hikaru, we appreciate your time here with this interview, and of course, the great chess that you show week in and week out. So, appreciate it. Congratulations again, and keep it up here at the RCC.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Of course, you too.
Thank you.
And that was Hikaru Nakamura, who has won the Rapid Chess Championship knockout here in week 13. You got to hear his thoughts both in this competition. He felt out of the opening, there were times maybe it wasn't perfect for him, but he always felt it was within the realm of being okay and just complicated. So he wins when all is said and done. He said that he held his nerves a little bit better than Vidit did, and it was anyone's match at that point when you're down to your final seconds and pieces are just getting thrown.
It was an incredible performance. And honestly, Hikaru has had RCC runs where he just blows everyone out of the water because it's Hikaru. And those are very impressive. But when he's not in the greatest form, that might be even more impressive, because Yasser Seron once told me he realized that he was good, not when he, crushed people, because he always crushed people, but when the games that he lost were incredibly hard fought. Hikaru did not lose any games today. And the games where he was in trouble, he fought tooth and nail and pulled out some incredible comebacks. And there were some other amazing games today as well. And that, of course, leads us to the Coinbase critical moment. And Robert, our Coinbase critical moment concerns the first important segment of Hikaru's winning run.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many options for this moment, but I think this is a good one because in this current position, it may look innocuous. Not too much is happening, no pawn tension, even material. But as soon as Demchenko made his first real mistake, Hikaru is able to turn on the jets, and you don't get to live twice against Hikaru Nakamura very often. And after Queen D6, Black loses sight of the knight on F6. And yeah, it's a knight trade. That may seem okay. But once that rook plops down on C7, the end wasn't too far away.
Indeed. And the last nail in the coffin was this bishop migrating from D3 to E2 to G4 to E6, creating unstoppable threats against Black's king. And Anton was not able to hold the position, leading to Hikaru's first win of the day. And that is our Coinbase critical moment, Robert. A win for Hikaru in the first game, a win in the last game against Fedoseev. And as we look at the bracket one more time, an incredible run to the top.
Yeah, and it all started there. And we can't forget about that early win just because others may have seemed more exciting or more recent. But Hikaru Nakamura, he started his winning trajectory in that game from a position that didn't look like much. So he wins week 13. Vladimir Fedoseev gets a good portion of the Grand Prix points. And as we look at the updated standings, as soon as today's action completed, the scoreboard is updated. And we see Hikaru Nakamura there in clear first. He is at 65 Grand Prix points. He averages 6.5 points per event that he participates in. And Danya, that's incredible because that means he's averaging better than third place in these knockouts.
And we spoke about consistency. That might be the single most important word in terms of finishing in the top 12. And Hikaru has basically guaranteed himself a ticket. So has Fabiano. Maybe Levon will still need to perform well in a couple of tournaments, but those players, I always point out, the players from 5th place to 20th place, they include Vidit Gujrathi, who had that painful loss today, Anton Demchenko, who lost in round 1, Parham Maghsoodloo. They will have to step up to the plate in the last couple of weeks of the RCC.
And we see Parham Maghsoodloo there in 15th place. So he is inching closer and closer. And it's a long season, and it's the top 12 or top 13 performance. I'm already forgetting because we're in week 13 of the season. But either way, players will have a chance to increase their score. Vidit Gujrathi is down there in 19th. And someone we don't see is Anish Giri. And Anish is one of the absolute best players on the planet. He had a position that looked like he was getting closer and closer to victory. And yet in that time scramble, he lost to Parham Maghsoodloo. Those will be important Grand Prix points.
Indeed, they will. And as always, there's no better way to spend 4 hours than watching the RCC. And Robert, there's no better way to spend Tuesday morning than watching the JSCC, is there?
No, certainly not. Tomorrow we have the I Am Not a GM tournament. On Tuesday, we have the Junior Speed Chess Championship. It is the final opening round matchup between Hans Niemann, who's about to win the Sigamon tournament in Sweden, and then he is taking on Velimir Ivic, who should not be underestimated. That is an incredibly strong player.
Yeah, I mean, he showed his true colors in the World Cup. He had a phenomenal performance, but Hans has been on a rampage. The rampage is continuing as we speak. He's playing a tournament right now, and he's beasting yet again, creeping up to 2,700. Is Hans Demon? He is the favorite, but this is going to be a slugfest on Tuesday and, of course, tomorrow with Levy against Nemo.
I think that the entire chess world is spoiled these days. The Grand Chess Tour continues. The IM9 GM Speed Championship kicks off tomorrow with Gotham Chess and Nemo. Tuesday, the JSCC continues. There will be more JSCC matches and IM9 GM matches this week, and the Grand Chess Tour Classical Chess happening pretty much every day. So on that note, it's Hikaru Nakamura's day today, but it's also Mother's Day. So, for everybody out there, celebrate all the mothers and mother figures in your life. And we hope that, it's a joyous celebration. Maybe throw in a little bit more chess in there if you're feeling like it. But we are super appreciative of you watching the show.
Yes, we are. And Robert, super appreciative of the opportunity to commentate with you. This is the only nice thing I'm going to tell you all week. So savor it. And thank you to our producer, Matt, for yet another excellent broadcast. Back to you, Robert, for your closing thoughts.
I just think it was an excellent day, a lot of fun. We were on the edge of our seats, especially in that enthralling Vidit and Hikaru matchup where we were freaking out left and right. But we want to give a shout out to Coinbase as well for sponsoring this event. The Rapid Chess Championship, is presented by Coinbase. And on that note, Danya, I think you and I can say goodbye, and we'll see everybody tomorrow at the IM9 GM Speed Chess Championship.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card, and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.